Morning, everyone. Such a low voice. So I thought the Department of Management is highly spirited for the past 1 week because they have been struggling very hard to materialize this event. Okay, I'm very happy that you all have worked collectively with a shared commitment to materialize this event. You know, it is in a short time the department has organized, and it is indeed a pleasure that we are all sitting here for this two-day national seminar. On behalf of Department of Management, on behalf of Central University of Andhra Pradesh, and also on behalf of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor S.A. Kori, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome our the chief guest and who is also the keynote speaker for this inaugural session of this two-day national seminar, Professor Rajashekar, who is a senior professor at University of Hyderabad. Let us welcome him with a round of applause. I have a sense of gratitude to him because he was the professor of my daughter. My daughter did her MBA from University of Hyderabad. I took her for admission, and when I went to him, because that time I was working in Delhi, so I was a bit diffident to leave my daughter in the University of Hyderabad campus. But he was the dean at that time, and he said, "You need not worry. And after completion of the program, you will see a different Shravani. Her name is Shravani. So you will see a different Shravani." So I definitely express my gratitude to you, sir, for infusing so much confidence in my daughter. With that, coming to the theme, very pertinent theme for the seminar the department has chosen. We stand at a pivotal juncture when India is on its journey towards becoming a developed nation, that is a Vikasit Bharat by 2047. This vision of Vikasit Bharat, it necessitates or calls for a transformative leap across all sectors. Then what is so unique about manufacturing sector? When we talk about manufacturing sector, we can say that there is a paradigm shift in the way we perceive manufacturing sector in the present day competitive world. Manufacturing sector is crucial because it drives economic growth, it facilitates job creation and technological advancement. And when we talk about manufacturing sector, it's not just producing goods, but building a robust and resilient economy. That is what we are striving at. In fact, the theme says visualizing excellence, but I should say we should strive for excellence. And what does a thriving manufacturing sector require? And why it is necessary? A thriving manufacturing sector can boost GDP, boost GDP in the sense it can significantly contribute to increasing the national income and diverse and economic diversification. Secondly, as I mentioned, it can create employment in the sense generating wide range of jobs from from skilled to highly, I can say, management and engineering roles. And third is it can enhance exports. That is, India can increase its credibility or its position in the global trade and also can improve our balance of payments position. Then the fourth is a thriving manufacturing sector can drive innovation. Innovation that is fostering technological development and improving research are in R&D, which is very, very important, the cutting edge research with cutting edge technology. Then the last is it improves infrastructure. When we talk about infrastructure, It is not only building a robust infrastructure, but an infrastructure in terms of transport, energy, and logistics. This is what we are moving towards when we talk about a developed nation, that is Vikasit Bharat at the rate of 2047. Now, what is required for achieving excellence in manufacturing sector or achieving the goal of a developed India or Vikasit Bharat at the rate of 27? It needs an integrated and a holistic approach. When we talk of integrated and a holistic approach, it is about collaboration. Just now, the last theme the boy was highlighting collaboration is the key to progress. So, collaboration across government, industry, academia, and civil society. This is the path to progress. And when we talk of collaboration, all of us should realize that when that shared commitment and shared vision which Vikasit Bharat talks about should guide our actions in achieving our goal. When we say it should guide our actions in achieving our goal, we all should realize that it is a shared vision. When there is a shared vision, there should be a shared commitment. And when there is a shared commitment, we all should work together to transform the manufacturing sector into a powerhouse of innovation, productivity, and sustainability. And we all know that youth is the one of the key pillar of Vikasit Bharat. And the future is yours, and it is you who have to drive this nation towards the accomplishing the goal of the developed India. So at this juncture, let us all commit ourselves to build a prosperous and developed India so that excellence in manufacturing sector can drive nation's progress. I do understand that there will be lot of discussions and deliberations in this two-day national seminar on the selected sub-themes. I think there have been 8 sub-themes that have been highlighted, which are very relevant for discussion. So you will come out with a lot of insights, and that insights will definitely guide us in striving for excellence in manufacturing sector, which is key to progress for a developed India. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am, for setting the tone for the thought-provoking discussions ahead. It is now time for a very special moment, the launch of the seminar proceedings book, a reflection of the inclusive efforts of academicians, scholars, students, and the dedicated editors who have brought this publication to life. This book stands as a testament to the collaborative spirit and intellectual contributions shared at this seminar. We are honored to officially unveil it as a part of the seminar proceedings.
Thank you all. I would call up on Ms. Aishwarya from BBA second semester to introduce our chief guest to of today's session, Professor Rajashekhar Vellamkonda.
Good morning, everyone. It is my privilege to introduce Professor Rajshekar Vilakonda to today's national seminar. Professor Rajshekar is a senior professor in the School of Management Studies at the University of Hyderabad. Professor Shekhar has a commendable track record as an academician and higher education administrator over the last 32 years. As the Dean of Management Studies in University of Hyderabad, Professor Shekhar has played a significant role in launching a unique MBA program in Business Analytics at the University of Hyderabad. Professor Shekhar has successfully coordinated two MOOC programs on research methodology for social sciences in data analysis for social science teachers through the Swayam portal of the Government of India. Professor Shekhar holds a Bachelor of Technology degree in Civil Engineering from Acharya Nagarjuna University. Professor Shekhar also possesses a three master degrees in Business Administration from Osmania University, Psychology from Sri Venkateswara University, and other education from Indira Gandhi National Open University. Professor Shekhar received three doctorate degrees in management from Kakatiya University. Added to above, Professor Shekhar acquired two postgraduate diplomas in personal management and industrial relations from Kakatiya University and computer science from the University of Hyderabad. Professor Shekhar also underwent a faculty development program at Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. Professor Rajshekhar authored and co-edited Consumer Production, Supply Chain Management, Food Security, and Quality Management books. Professor Shekhar has published 68 research papers in reputed journals and contributed 32 articles to conference proceedings and books. Professor Shekhar successfully guided 22 doctoral research scholars and 8 more are working under his provision. The Hyderabad Management Association established the Academicians Excellence Award in 2020, with Professor Shekhar being the first recipient. Professor Shekhar has a rare ability to make complex ideas accessible, fostering curiosity and critical thinking in every aspect. Professor Shekhar's groundbreaking work in management and education has not only advanced the field but also inspired many students and colleagues alike. Thank you.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we have been eagerly waiting for has arrived. It is time for address. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished chief guest, Professor Rajashekhar Bellamkonda, sir.
So very good morning. Vishnu Madam said very low voice. Very good morning. Thank you. So respected Professor Sheila Reddy and seminar coordinator Dr. Marat and associate coordinator Dr. Anjaney and my senior colleague Professor Rana Prasad garu, and my dear colleagues of CUAP and delegates of the conference and student friends. So it gives me immense pleasure to be part of this conference, national conference on roadmap to Viksit Bharat from 2047. So personally, I'm very happy that I'm one of the founding faculty members of this university because I was part of your first executive council because our University of Hyderabad has mentored this university. So when we started this university, I was the pro vice chancellor. So being a pro vice chancellor, I was looking after a lot of administrative formalities of this university, including recruiting some of faculty members in India. So maybe after 6 years, so I had an opportunity to visit this place to inaugurate this conference organized by the management department. So as Madam Shilarity Madam said, and of course the students made wonderful video and also the seminar coordinator spoke about the relevance of Viksit Bharat and the manufacturing sector because hardly we have been having any conferences on manufacturing sector. So most of our conferences are on service sector. The reason is service sector provides more employment opportunities. But unfortunately, manufacturing sector, hardly there are employment opportunities. That is the reason why if you look at the trend of our engineering admissions, so everybody wanted to do IT, computer science, machine learning, AI, data science. So hardly students are joining mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, electronics engineering, civil engineering. So that there are many engineering colleges are closing down all these branches. Even there are occasions where students are pursuing their civil, mechanical, electrical, but finally they are landing into IT sector, the service sector. So this is the biggest tragedy, I can say, because everybody wanted to get into IT sector, everybody wanted to get into AI, ML, machine learning, data science, and everybody wanted to get into service sector. But who should take care of manufacturing sector? So this is the concern. I think I congratulate the Department of Management for taking up this important topic. But all of us have been wishing by 2047, I think India should become a manufacturing hub. But what are the challenges for India to become a manufacturing hub? So this is where I'm trying to focus some light on. And also, what is the role of academic institutions and researchers, teachers, students to make this dream as a reality? So that's where I'm trying to focus on that. So let me. How to change the slide? Yeah. Remote is there? Right. Okay. So back and front. Okay. Not working?
చూడు పని చేయలేదు
Back and front. అదే చేస్తాను.
మనోహర్
Look at the sensor. Mic పెట్టుకోవచ్చు. So let us look at vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. As all of you know, India will be celebrating 100 years of independence. 2047, the vision being self-reliant, globally competitive, and sustainable nation. For which excellence in manufacturing sector is crucial to achieve this vision in the era of innovation and smart technologies like IoT, AI, robotics. To boost India's productivity to the next level, India must focus on overcoming challenges by focusing on technology-driven competitiveness, sustainability, policy reforms, and workforce development. So, in the initial remarks by the registrar, so they are speaking about skill development. This number one, and also how do we integrate technology into manufacturing? Then finally the sustainability. I think today we have been manufacturing a lot of products, but unfortunately we are importing the same products from some other countries. The reason is they are becoming cheaper than our own manufactured products. So we are producing a product at 100 rupees, but we are getting an imported product at 80 rupees. So when our competitors are able to produce at 80 rupees, but still we are producing at 100 rupees. So that is the reason why even Indian companies also preferring to import the foreign manufactured products rather than using Indian produce. The problem here is one is wastage, of course, supply chains, logistics, infrastructure, and also something to do with sustainability. And most of our production processes are not sustainable in nature. So we need to improve a lot in terms of sustainability and also integrating technology. We have been speaking about AI and robotics and IoT. Yeah, still not moving. Yeah, towards left only I'm trying. So the currently manufacturing sector contributes 17.4% to India's GDP. whereas service sector is contributing around 55 to 57% of things. This is a major challenge. So how do we increase this 17.4%? So as of now, once upon a time, we had more of manufacturing contribution, less of service contribution. But today, it is 17.4 to India's GDP. India's ambition is to increase this to 25 to 30% by 2047 and make India as a global leader in industrial production. India today is ranked fifth globally in manufacturing output with 3.1%, while China holds 28.7% of global market. So this is the reality. So China is at 28.7% and we are at 3.1%. So, but we would like to increase it further. So India need to compete with the global leaders through technology and policy reforms. Okay. So the significant challenges hindering manufacturing sector's growth here, the skill shortage, 53% of firms lack skilled labor. So I think, majority of the recruiters, I think even at our own University of Hyderabad, lot of recruiters come for better recruitment. But finally, they go with empty hands, saying that, your students are lacking skills. So this is the reality at most of the business schools, most of the engineering colleges, where the students are very good at knowledge, students are very good at knowledge, students are good at marks, but students are not good at skills. Right. So this is the high time for us to integrate skills to the academics. But unfortunately, we are unable to do that. What are we doing in our academics? We teach the knowledge, we teach the content, and we try to top up the skill. We are not integrating skill into our curriculum. And if I ask the students, what are the skill sets required, everybody says that we are offering MS Office. We are teaching MS Excel. We are teaching some programming languages, and we are teaching students on communication skills. But it is not integrated with our curriculum. So this is the biggest problem. There is a skill gap. Lot of industries are complaining that the students are not having enough skill set. Then low R&D investments. This is the biggest challenge. So it is 0.65% of GDP is spent compared to 2.8% in US, 2.4% in China. So unless we spend good investment or good money on R&D, we may not be able to make the Viksit Bharat, whatever dream we have to make 2047, the India to be made as a manufacturing hub. It is not possible because our R&D investments are, as of now, it is 0.65% of GDP when compared to 2.8% of US and 2.4% in China. And another important challenge is the regulatory barriers and bottlenecks. This is the kind of a challenge we have. Okay. Yeah. How to do that? Yes. So challenges to Indian manufacturing sector. Number one, infrastructure bottleneck, as Madam was saying about inadequate transportation, logistics, power supply, and industry infrastructure. High logistics costs and port inefficiencies affect supply chains. So we have been discussing about blockchain today, but still we are struggling with our supply chains. So blockchain technology we have been discussing for the past few years, but supply chain we have been discussing for the last few decades, for the last 2 3 decades. But even today, our supply chains are not reliable. Most of our supply chains are not reliable because of there is no coordination between the transportation, warehouses, technology, power, and industrial infrastructure. The high logistics cost, I think all of them are boiling down to high logistics cost. So when we have high logistics cost, our production cost is going to be more. The biggest challenge in the manufacturing sector is how do I reduce my production cost? How do I reduce my waste reduction, cost reduction, time reduction? By reducing all these things, I need to enhance quality. The quality, we have a benchmarking quality by Korean companies, Japanese companies, US companies, some of the European companies, and of course China is a strong threat to all of us in terms of production, especially production is concerned. So when we are now looking at our logistics, I think the last mile connectivity is the biggest problem. We may have a port, but from port to the plant, we don't have a proper infrastructure. So unless we have a last mile connectivity, we may not be able to fulfill fulfill the whole objective of the supply chain. There are a lot of supply chain disruptions and supply chain risk, and we do not have a mechanism to understand this, tackle the supply chain risk. The next important challenge is regulatory hurdles, complex and overlapping regulatory frameworks, lengthy procedures for approvals, inspections, and compliance. Even somebody wanted to start their own manufacturing probably company. So there are lot of clearances, lot of bureaucracy. Then because of that also most of the foreign multinational companies are hesitating, and also because of lot of political reasons. Like one government continues, other government would like to discontinue. One government initiates, other government. I think there is no one uniform policy for the nation. So this is another kind of a challenge. Then skilled labor shortage. As I said, a lot of companies are speaking about the skilled labor shortage. Gap between the skills taught and industry requirements. I think this is the biggest challenge. So there is a lack of academia and industry connectivity. So whatever industry wants, and whomever we are producing, we are only producing the graduates. We are not producing employees. So all of us are producing only graduates, including premier institutions. They are producing only graduates, but these graduates are not employable. The biggest problem is we do not have a strong connect between academia and industry. But to fulfill the gap, recently the government of India and Ministry of Education and UGC proposed process of practice. But I am not very sure they have introduced the concept of process of practice, but there is also a small clause saying that the salaries of process of practice to be met by the institutions. So that is the biggest challenge because the institutions are struggling to pay the salaries of maybe outsourcing staff, salaries of positions which are not sanctioned. So then it's becoming extremely difficult for the universities to hire process of practice. But unless we have process of practice, we may not be able to bridge the gap between the industry requirement and what we are going to produce. The limited availability of vocational training and upskilling programs. So when we established this university, we thought, instead of going for regular undergraduate programs, we started two BWAC programs. One BWAC in retailing, BWAC in tourism and retail. But I'm not very sure about the admission status as of today. I don't know how they are running. That is what I am saying. The whole purpose of the BWAC, because the concept of BWAC, what we have suggested before NEP 2020. NEP 2020 spoke too much about vocational education. So before even NEP 2020 said, we thought of starting vocational education at this university, but unfortunately, the university is not responsible for this continuity. The responsibility lies with the students. They are not opting for it. The students want a professional BBA degree, not BWAC. It is also a partly problem with the industry. Some industries may not understand what is this BWAC. They know only BA, BSc, BCom, BTech or BB, but they don't understand what is this BWAC. You say even BWAC is equal to graduation, they don't believe it. And most of the students also not very much convinced to join such kind of a vocational program. But now NEP 2020 is insisting about the vocationalization of higher education. Then again we are going to reinvent the wheel. So we have to go back. Even if you look at NEP 2020, it is saying about strengthening the ITIs, strengthening the polytechnics. But over a period of time, we have weakened ITIs, we have weakened polytechnics, and we have given too much of importance to engineering education. And we have been giving only importance to either engineering education or management education. So today, if you look at most of the private universities in the country, they are surviving just because of these two programs, engineering program and management program. And for namesake, they are also offering other courses, humanities and social sciences, only for the sake of offering them. Because unless they offer some number of courses, they may not be entitled to get university status. But most of the parents and students also would like to get into only professional courses. That will be the professional courses which are going to provide them employment in service sector and IT sector. They think that IT sector is only the sector which is going to provide them the employment. The second sector probably is the healthcare. The healthcare is the second sector. That is also service sector. The third sector, if you wanted to look at, that is hospitality. So that is also a kind of a service sector. But most of the students are not willing to get into manufacturing sector. This is the biggest challenge. So even a pharmacy graduate is not willing to go to a pharma company. The pharmacy student also, I think, I have been running a career counseling column in Inadu. Even lot of students, they wanted to say they don't want to get into the jobs where they have studied their graduation. Everybody wanted to migrate. I wanted to get into data science. I wanted to get into machine learning. I wanted to get into AI. I wanted to get into IoT. I wanted to get into IT sector or IT enabled sector. And after doing B.Ed, M.Ed, even after 20 years of their graduation, today they wanted to switch over to computers and tell me what are the programming languages I'm supposed to learn. So this is the kind of a state of affairs. So under this kind of a occasion, there is a lot of skill labor shortage. The industry requires people, but universities and academic institutions are failing to prepare our students to suit the requirements of the industry. Unless we do this gap still continues and this gap is going to be widened further. So that is where, when I am making this kind of a presentation, I kept what is the role of academics? Because we keep on saying that government has to do this, government has to provide this. Definitely, government has to do something. But as academic institutions, as students, as teachers, what is our role to understand and to make this dream reality? Then low R&D and innovation. This is another kind of a problem. Limited investment in research and development. That's what I said. We are hardly investing money. If you look at in the recent past, the UGC projects, major research projects and minor research projects. Once upon a time, we used to have a lot of funding. But today, the social science teacher wanted to do research, only the source is ICSSR. Only ICSSR is sponsoring. But earlier, we used to have UGC minor research projects, UGC major research projects. More or less, they are discontinued. They are discontinued. And also, if you look at even the PhD scholars fellowship, if somebody is JRF, they are getting 40 to 50,000 rupees, and non-JRF, they are getting 8,000 rupees. And we are expecting the same output from both of them. We are expecting same output from both of them. And somebody is with 8,000, somebody with 40 plus thousand. So there is a disparity. I think we need to invest a lot. If you want, you can reduce number of PhD seats, but every PhD scholar should be given a reasonable fellowship, like IITs are doing. If you join IIT, irrespective of your anything, you get some 40, 50,000 decent fellowship. And now the private universities are taking advantage of that. They are making money out of their UG, PG programs. They are investing on these scholars. But I think this is one area we need to improve on our R&D innovation. Then technology adoption. Slow adoption of Industry 4.0 technologies like AI, IoT, and automation. Even if you look at most of our industries, they are not yet automated. The reason is, if you wanted to switch over from current practices to advanced practices or IoT practices or AI practices, we need huge investment. So nobody is wanted to spend that kind of a money. So that is where our adoption is very less. Even if you look at university like CUAP, which was established maybe 5, 6 years ago, but still, we have 50 to 60% of the courses are traditional courses. We wanted to, I think, continue the traditional courses, and very few advanced courses we have. But I'm glad that you have computational social sciences, public policy, and governance. I'm glad that at least you're thinking of some innovative programs. But still, many universities in the country, they have been running the same old courses because we are running them not because students want. We are running them because we have faculty recruited already for that purpose. Because we have recruited faculty, so we need to provide them some kind of a work. That is the reason why we continue the programs. I'm not saying don't continue, but let us also integrate with, or maybe based on the requirements of the current market, I think we need to restructure our program. The same program, I think we need to restructure. But unfortunately, we are not doing some kind of a restructuring. As a consequence, what's happening? Industry is going in this direction, we are going in this direction. Academics are going in one direction, industry is going into one direction, we are not matching. The gap is maybe, I think, taken care by the private universities. The private universities, what they are doing is they are exactly designing their courses, what is the required for the market. They are looking at the course design itself, even the launching of the course itself is based on what the market is expecting. So, but we have outcome-based education. The whole concept of outcome-based education is we need to define the outcomes before we design the program. But we are doing the program and we are writing the outcomes later. right now, actually outcomes are first, then program next. But we are designing the program and we are running the program. Now we are trying to write down the outcomes to suit our curriculum. So we are doing a reverse process. And most of our outcomes are not matching with industry expectations. So what we are supposed to do now, I think what exactly industry wants, I think we need to bring them. And most of the time, though we make outcome-based education document, that is only a format. We are not really truly implementing OBE. But all of us say that, we are saying that we are implementing OBE, but we are not implementing OBE. The true OBE, we are not implementing. Because implementing OBE requires a lot of efforts. So this is one. And many MSMEs still operate with outdated technology. So technology obsolescence is another challenge. And access to finance. MSMEs face difficulties in securing loans and capital. Then high interest rates and limited access to venture capital. This is another challenge. Then global competition. Competition from low-cost manufacturing countries like China, Vietnam, and Bangladesh. So they are able to produce the same product at a lower price when compared to, I think our infrastructure cost is very high. Our operating costs are very high. Maybe because of that, we are unable to compete with China, Vietnam, and Bangladesh. Lack of brand value and the quality standards in Indian exports. This is another kind of a problem. Because when you are going to export your products to international market, so there are some international benchmarks. International benchmarks. Sometimes there are some countries, unless you are having sustainable manufacturing practices, they don't want to buy product from that country. We have been manufacturing, but some of our practices are not sustainable. So if you don't have EMS, environmental management systems, that ISO 14,000. So unless the processes are having that ISO certification, some of the international maybe companies are not willing to accredit those brands. So because of that, what's happening, though we are manufacturing, we are unable to meet the requirement. And policy uncertainty, frequent policy changes can discourage long-term investments. And need for consistent and long-term industrial policies. Then environmental compliance, stricter environmental norms and sustainability requirements. Pressure to reduce carbon footprint while maintaining cost efficiency. The last and very important thing is supply chain disruptions. So dependency on imports for critical components, vulnerability to global crises like COVID-19 and the geopolitical tensions. I think these are the major challenges of Indian manufacturing sector. I think I wish most of these issues are addressed in the conference papers. You are going to have more understanding about it. But if you wanted to make the Viksit Bharat 2047 as a reality, I think we need to address these challenges. And we academicians need to play very important role. The current status of Indian R&D. Current status of Indian R&D. India ranks first in number of institutions. Second in number of enrolled students in Indian higher education institutions. Third in the world for research outcome. Sixth for patent filing. Ninth for citations. In terms of global rankings. But these are little positive. They are positive things. But 39th for innovation. The global ranking, 39th. 54 for percentage of GDP allocation for R&D. This is highly discouraging. 54th position. 66th for academia industry collaborations. 66 for industry academia collaboration. 81 for the researchers per million population. Per million population, how many researchers we have? How many researchers we have? So this is actually given by Professor V. Ramgopal Rao, former director of IIT Delhi. He was formerly with IIT Bombay. As of now, he is vice chancellor of BITS Pillar. So India's share of scientific publications is 5.31%, whereas China's share is 20.67% and the US is 16.54%. So this is for everything, we have a strong competition from China, whether it is manufacturing sector, whether manufacturing of products or manufacturing of papers. So I think, they are ahead of us. R&D investment by Indian industry is still small at 0.2% of GDP. In comparison, US industry spends 2.7%. South Korea spends 3.9% and United Kingdom spends 2.1%. But ranked number one in terms of papers written per dollar spent. I think this is little encouraging because we don't have enough funding, but still our researchers are struggling to publish papers. With the limited funding, we are producing more number of papers. I think we are ranked number one. So if you look at research in India 2022 status, I know this is taken from Scopus 2022 database. So if you take biotechnology, I think we have 9,771 papers. So whereas the US 39,000, Japan 23,000, China 17,000, UK 11,000, Germany 10,000. Nanotechnology, I think we are third place. Quantum technology, we are at sixth place. Sensor technologies, we are at fifth place. And India, global publications, if you look at here, number of publications from India, percentage of Indian contribution, 5.25, 7.08, 4.82. India's ranking 638, 365. Number of citations for Indian publications and H index of these areas. Okay. So this is going to give us some idea of where we stand, where we need improvement, and then compare it with our competitors, where are we? If you look at United States, China, Japan, United States, China, Japan, or United States and China, they are figuring every day. But third position, fourth position are changing. For example, here UK is there, and Japan has come. Here Germany is there, Japan is there. And Germany, UK, Japan. And you can see Japan, Germany, India. I think this is most of the time the competition is among these five countries. Five countries. So in US, China, Japan, Germany, India, maybe UK. I think these are the kind of countries we have to compete with. We have to compete with. But we have to compete with them with the limited funding. With the limited funding. This is the biggest challenge. So close to 9, it's a very interesting statistics again provided by Professor Ram Gopal Rao. So close to 9 lakh students left India for higher education abroad in 2023. Indian households will spend USD 75 billion dollars on their children's education abroad in 2025. Ministry of Education budget in 2024 was USD 5.73 billion. This is very, very interesting observation. So our entire Ministry of Education budget is 5.73 billion. But we are spending about 75 billion US dollars on foreign education. But if you are able to retain that number of students, and maybe not 75, at least some 20% or 30% of that amount, if you are able to get back, I think we can spend a lot of money on education. Then this is one important aspect of one need to understand why so many lakhs of students are going abroad for higher education. This is where I think we need to think. But most of the time we take it as a pride. Our Indian students are going abroad for higher education. But I think there is also we need to introspect ourselves why most of our Indian students are going abroad. Reason one, employment opportunities there. Number two, maybe quality of education. Number three, with US degree, I think they can be employed global. With Indian degree, it is difficult for them to get employment global. If I get an Indian degree and I may not be able to get employment in this, unless I have a US degree. But if I have a US degree, I can go to Australia, Germany, Japan, Canada, wherever I want, I can go and I can get employment. And also there are more job opportunities. But why are we failing to create such kind of job opportunities in India? This is what is very, very important. If we wanted to make our Viksit Bharat dream as a reality, we need to retain our students, I think, from going abroad. At least, if you make it 50%, 40%, 30%. But there are two problems. One is our money is going there. Number two, our talent is going there. Our talent is also, I think, this is also brain drain. But we need to retain this kind of a migration. We stop this kind of a migration. We need to retain the talent, Indian talent in India. For which I think, we need to work a lot. Maybe most of the time when a student wanted to do a unique program after masters, but that course is not available here. And people have to go to abroad to study that kind of a course. And prior to NEP 2020, we have a lot of restrictions. Unless you study BA history, you cannot study MA history. Unless you study BCom, you cannot study MCom. Such kind of restrictions we had. But today, I think thanks to NEP 2020, we are able to study from any course to any course, migration. But still there are a lot of issues. Some states are implementing NEP, some states are not implementing NEP. And each university is implementing NEP in its own way. No two universities are implementing NEP in the same way. So every university has its own NEP. Every university has its own OB. Its own OB. So this is the biggest challenge. That's where the credit problem is there. And also the NEP 2020 states multiple entry, horizontal, multiple entry, multiple exit, horizontal mobility. but credits are not matching, syllabus is not matching, content is not matching. After 1 year, a student of CUAP would like to come to University of Hyderabad for second year graduation. Most of subjects are not matching. Then how do I address this problem? Though the policy is there, but unfortunately, we are unable to facilitate that kind of a movement. I think, there is lot of things to do. The kind of a flexibility, say for example, a student of BTech is not eligible to study MA English. But at our universities, with a great difficulty, we could give entry to English language studies, not English literature, but English language, we have allowed any graduate, including BTech. But I'm not very sure whether a BTech graduate can study MA English this year. Okay. So that is very nice. So that kind of a mobility is there, a BTech student to do MSc Maths. So once upon a time it was not possible. But today some universities are permitting. But some universities are still not possible. So this is the biggest challenge. So this is where I think very recently that GATE topper, who is from Nellore, I think he did his MBBS and he became topper in data science. GATE. GATE data science is the number one, but his graduation is MBBS. And what he did is along with MBBS, he joined the IIT Madras BSc Data Science program. He did online BSc Data Science program along with MBBS. Then he acquired lot of skill set on data science and appeared for MTech data science. And he got first rank all over the world. Not a BTech data science fellow, BTech AI/ML fellow, BTech computer science fellow. So given the opportunity, a student from other discipline also can excel. But unfortunately, we have some strong stereotypes. Unless you study this, you cannot write this kind of reference. But of late, now CU, UT, ECU, UT, PG set, PG and other things, they are giving a lot of flexibility. So any graduate can write any post-graduation entrance exam. This is what I think is ultimate spirit. That kind of a flexibility is there in most of the international universities. So, but how do we address this issue is the biggest challenge. And we have partially done well with the top 1% of the institutions, but with the rest 99%, nothing much to talk about. So if you look at our Indian higher education system, 1% of the institutions are doing well, but 99% of the institutions are struggling to maintain the quality, as all of us know. Then while we have created great institutions, we have neither been able to sustain their quality nor scale them up. Lack of financial and the governance model. Say for example, University of Hyderabad, it was established in the year 1974. After 50 years, our strength is only 6,000. Our university overall strength is 6,000. But in contrary, if you look at some of the Western universities, their minimum strength is 40, 50,000. 40, 50, 60, 70,000. So this is where I think, there are institutions which are having quality, but they are not scaling them. But the institutions which are not having quality, they are scaling them. The university which established 1 year ago, 2 years ago, not even maintaining quality, but they have 15,000, 20,000. The institutions which were established 50 years ago, maintaining quality like IITs, IIMs and other places, but they are unable to scale up the students. So wherever there is a quality, there are not enough students. Where there is no quality, there are more number of students. I think we have a very typical kind of a situation. Then we haven't been able to create a sustainable model for research. This is another kind of a problem because at university we have been doing a lot of research, but most of our research is not getting converted into products, not getting converted into a patent, not commercialized. Even you have a patent, but most of our patents are not commercialized. The biggest challenge is even the nature of the research problem, what we choose, it is not related to the society or industry. We do mostly the research for the sake of degree, not for the sake of solving a societal problem. That is another kind of a huge gap. What we take the problem is not exactly solving one of the societal problems. This is a major challenge. A disconnected research and innovation ecosystem deserves the grace for computer science education that provides jobs. This is the reality. The bureaucracy has seeped into every aspect of institutional functioning. This is another kind of a problem. So if you look at, these are India's 100 plus unicorns. You look at these kind of names. These are all startups. So these are Indian startups which have ever touched 1 billion in valuation. Some of these are currently valued less than 1 billion. But if you look at them, hardly any deep tech product based unicorns. Mostly business model innovations and not technology innovations. So though we have so many unicorns, so many unicorns, but most of them are like business model innovations. They are not technology innovations. So this indicates our quality of technical education of the country. Quality of technical education. The quality of technical education is good. We can have more technology innovations. But innovation is one area I think it is not there in our academic system. Only we are having more education, less research, and it is almost absent. If you look at our Indian higher education system over a period of time, education is there, but that is also with some question marks. The research also with some question marks, but innovation is totally absent. But this is the high time for us. If you wanted to make your Viksit Bharat or Atmanirbhar or made in India, make in India, whatever you wanted to have, this is very important. Innovation. Innovation is very important. I think we need to bring innovation into our academics. But unfortunately, it is absent. Unless we have innovation, we may not be able to achieve whatever dreams we have. And we may have to be, we have wanted to be self-reliant, but most of the time we are dependent on somebody. For most of the things, we are dependent on somebody. Right. But this is one interesting observation. And one more important thing is, out of the total, this is Niti Aayog, out of the total 40,813 doctorates in the country, 24,474, 60% doctorates are from science and technology discipline. India occupies third rank in terms of the number of PhDs awarded in science and engineering after USA and China. So USA 39,000, China 34,000, and whereas we have 24,000. India spent 0.7% of its GDP and R&D in 2017-18, whereas other BRICS countries, Brazil 1.3, Russian Federation 1.1, China 2.1, South Africa 0.8. The ratio was 0.5% for Mexico, 0.2% for Pakistan, 0.1% for Syria. Right. So if you look at this R&D expenditure, we are somewhere here. We are somewhere here. Okay. So I think we need to increase our investments, right? Our kind of a budgets in science and technology and research and development and innovation. Right. So then the how much countries spend on R&D, I think this is purchase parity. So India's gross expenditure on R&D is 0.65%, but if you see the purchase parity index, this is 43.41. Germany 1701, US 1777, South Africa 105, UK 791, Israel 2108, Israel 2108, but we are 43. Only Indonesia is 43 and 26. But other than that, most of these countries are doing well. Okay. So this is one area. So the whole essence is we need to increase our investments. We need to increase our allocations. This is what I am trying to tell. Unless we increase our R&D allocations, it's very difficult for us to accept. There are scientists which are capable of doing, but they are looking for funding. We need to also collaborate with the industry. That is one is absent here. The institute academia collaboration. And most of the industries are not trusting the university research. They are not willing to sponsor the projects, industry sponsored projects. I had an opportunity to visit Nanyang Technology University, Singapore, and Monash University, Australia. Both the universities, I think, lot of manufacturing companies, they have established their own hubs in the universities. They are sponsoring money and professors are working in those labs. But unfortunately, in India, hardly we find a manufacturing company establishing their R&D station in university campus. This is where I think we need to have such kind of a strong academia and industry collaboration. Okay. So the patent culture, if you look at the USA patents 23,999, global rank 2, China number 1, 74,000 patents. USA 23, India 15,000, South Korea 9,000, Japan 7,000, Taiwan 2,943. So we are at third place. But if you look at the percentage of share, number of patents in nanotechnology, this is only nanotechnology. Because there we are doing little better. That's where the data is taken for that. So USA 45%, but our contribution is 0.52%. So I think we need to improve our contributions. So finally, this is what I wanted to communicate. This is academia. We are into papers, patents, proof of concept, POC, proof of concept, and prototypes. Then industry, they are now finances, manufacturing and product. But there is a gap between these two. I think these two should be connected with proof of concept, prototype, transfer of technology and training. So unless these two are clubbed, we may not be able to make our dream as a reality. But we are going in one direction, academy is going in one direction, but we need to, but we are also speaking about product, they are also speaking of product. But our way of looking at the product is different from their way of looking at the product. This is also partly because most of our academicians are coming from academic institution to academic institution. They never come to academia via industry. And our students also coming to academics straight away from school to college, college to university. They never come via university, via industry. So as a consequence, what happens? Neither student is aware of industry nor the teacher is aware of industry, and both of us are discussing about industry in the class. That is where I think there is a large skill gap. The large skill gap is, I think that can be supplemented through process of practice. That is only one option. Second one is hiding industry persons as a guest faculty. But even when we wanted to hire guest faculty, also again we ask for a net set PhD qualification. We never ask somebody, for example, a BTech mechanical graduate having 20 years of industry experience, but you don't want to hire the faculty management department, saying that you don't have post graduation. You are not teaching. But how do we actually train our students? And if you want somebody to teach entrepreneurship, somebody is a BCom graduate but started his own enterprise but passionate to teach entrepreneurship, we say you are not eligible to teach because you don't have PG. Your PG is not in MBA, you are in BCom graduation, and we tell so many stories. And finally, you take another MBA graduate who is very pressure, MBA first class, you try to take that person starts reading the textbook, what is entrepreneurship, coming to the class, teaching about entrepreneurship without any exposure. This is the hard reality of engineering education, management education in the country. Right. But how do we address this issue? So there is a gap. So we need to bring industry people to academia to teach. If possible, industry also should be able to accommodate academia people to take a sabbatical for 2 years and go to industry and work in the industry for 1 2 years. Unless it happens, we may not be able to make our academics more relevant. So industry also should have a provision, and faculty members also should be having a willingness to go to industry and work for 1 year. For which I think the ministry and government should also give some kind of a provision where you can take sabbatical and go work in the industry, but university will pay the salary, college will pay the salary, so that I can go and work in the industry. Come back and start teaching, then my quality of teaching will be better. Why most of the IITs and IIMs are doing better? Because they take the teachers who are having industry experience. Without industry experience, hardly they take even by chance, by looking at the publication profile, if they take somebody as a taker, within 1 year, that fellow will be asked to go on and work in the industry for a semester and come back. That is where I think they train the teachers to work in the industry. But unfortunately, in our system, we don't have that kind of a mechanism. So, but unless we have this, we have been discussing it for the last 30 years. I, industry institute interaction. People have conducted seminars, people have conducted research projects and everything, but nothing came out of it. But most of the time, this is other kind of a problem, When we do a research project, when we do a seminar, when we do a conference, but we do the seminar, we do the conference, we do the thesis. But outcomes of the thesis, outcomes of the seminar, outcomes of the project, they never get into the policy. They never get into the policy. Policy makers are making policies based on their own research. And we are doing research on our own. But they never consider economic research as a valid input for them to make the policies. Then I think we need to sit back and introspect ourselves why most of our research findings are not considered by the industry or government. Because most of our research framework itself is very convenient framework, which is convenient to the scholar. Right from convenient sample. From there, I think our research starts. Right from convenient research question, convenient methodology, convenient data analysis tools, and finally it went into convenient examples. So this is how the whole process, and at the end of the day, the output of the research is not getting converted into a product, a patent, or maybe a collaboration. Nothing is happening. I think this is the high time for our academicians and researchers and teachers to make our research more industry relevant. To make our industry relevant. For example, we have this kind of conference proceedings. So what you should have done is you should have made a tie-up with some Scopus, maybe Taylor and Francis, or Elsevier, sorry, Elsevier or Taylor and Francis. And you try to publish your proceedings in those kind of journals, then your institution gets visibility, your work gets visibility. So when we publish papers on our own, sometimes what happens, the researcher also not motivated to send a paper to this kind of a conference because it will not be counted anywhere. Unless it is a Scopus index or Web of Science index. Why should I waste my paper? Let me send this paper for a journal rather than a conference. So most of the institutions, what they are doing now, they are making a tie-up with the publisher, like Taylor and Francis or Elsevier, says, and they are coming out with a special edition, which is indexed in Scopus or Web of Science, then the visibility will be more. So once they publish a paper, there is a motivation for the scholar also to publish in this kind of a journal. Once we publish such kind of a paper in a top-notch journal, your institution also gets visibility. Tomorrow it is going to help you for your NIRF perception score. When you are going for NIRF perception score, when you are going for NAC, this is going to be more useful. I think when we try to do seminars and conferences, try to keep that point in mind and try to publish our proceedings in a indexed kind of a journal. Let us have a higher. But once you announce that publications of this conference are going to be in Scopus indexed journal, there will be motivation for the authors to send their good papers. So otherwise, what happens? We have two sets of papers: one set of paper for conference, one set of paper for journals. Right. So this is one important thing we should do. But finally, there are a lot of things we need to understand about the academia and industry. Yeah. Okay. So this I think what I have done, I have taken some sub themes of your conference, and just I wanted to give you one slide or two slides on each kind of thing, but it's going to be repetition. Strictly, I can say industry, innovation, infrastructure. Okay. So here also I have provided some statistics to expand the global trade exports of Indian manufacturing to 5% by 2047 from present 1.7%. Requires proactive policies, cutting edge innovation, world class infrastructure, and advanced industries. So we need cutting edge innovation and proactive policies and world class infrastructure and advanced industries. So strengthening cross border collaboration, global supply chains, industrial corridors, logistic networks, and infrastructure like transport, digital connectivity, and energy to facilitate seamless operations. To compete globally, India must encourage R&D and innovation-driven growth through public-private partnership (PPP). I think right now PPP is there in very few sectors. Maybe one is highways. Highways, I think we have PPPs, or maybe in some ports. Some ports we have PPP, but I think we need to have this PPP in airports. Some airports we have PPPs, public-private partnerships. Because of PPPs only, we have world-class airports today. We know before Triple P, we know the status of our airports, Delhi Airport, Hyderabad Airport, or Bombay Airport. But today, just because of public-private partnership, with maybe GVK, GMR, I think we are able to have world-class. And even look at the highways, national highways. But for PPP, we are able to have so many highways. But had it been only government had to make such kind of highways, I don't think we would have got these many kilometers of quality highways. So that PPP is one mantra. If you wanted to develop infrastructure, PPP is very, very important. I think we need to think of public-private partnerships. I'm not very sure whether public-private partnership is part of our syllabus. Are we discussing about PPP model in our economics management or BBA or other subjects? This is the public policy, whatever. But there are some important components are absent in our curriculum. That is what is my concern, which are very relevant, but they are absent in our curriculum, but they are emerging areas. So that is where when I sit in some BOS meetings, what I say is, the last chapter, you can keep a open in that chapter. Contemporary developments in the subject. That's it. So that could be anything. Because whatever latest also can go into the particular syllabus. But otherwise, we have a fixed syllabus and we revise for every 5 years, 6 years. Within 5, 6 years, a lot of developments take place, but we never discuss them. Our students are going to be outdated kind of students in the market. I think we need to update that. Requires establishment of technology hubs and startup incubators. I think UGC and the Ministry and Government of India also encouraging universities and institutions to start their TBS, technology business incubators. They are also speaking something about startup culture among the institutions. And also there is some BIDAC And DST has Atal incubation. I think there are a lot of schemes are coming from government, but unfortunately, very few institutions are taking advantage of it. Requires India to increase R&D investment to 2% of GDP by 2047. The current point is 5. Invest and adopt smart manufacturing technologies like Industry 4.0 and 5.0, AI, blockchain, IoT, robotics, automation to enhance productivity rapidly and transform industry to intelligent production systems. India's IoT market is projected to reach 15 billion by 2025. AI-driven automation can increase productivity by 30 to 40%. Blockchain can enhance supply chain transparency and reduce cost. India has 4 robots for 10,000 employees, while South Korea has 932. For 10,000 employees, India has 4 robots, whereas South Korea has 932. 932. Then sustainability is a critical for long-term economic resilience, so companies align their manufacturing with environment and reduce carbon footprint. So this is the biggest challenge because if they wanted to treat the waste, it is going to be very expensive. That is the reason why most of the companies are leaving their waste without treating it. Untreated waste is spoiling the environment because if they wanted to treat the waste before disposing, then they need to spend huge money. They don't want to spend that kind of a money. Their companies are just living and they are not bothered about this carbon footprint. And in a kind of a competition, everybody wanted to manufacture their product at the lowest possible cost. And the customers also not very sensitive to sustainable development practices. The customer is also wanted to get the product at the lowest possible price. They don't want to spend more because that organization is following sustainable manufacturing practices or green manufacturing practices. India aims for 500 gigawatt renewable and green energy by 2030. Implementation of stringent ESG, that is environmental, social and governance policies to align with the global sustainability goals by 2027. Transition towards zero waste manufacturing and circular economy. All of us have been seeing today a company like e-commerce companies or e-commerce companies. Even if you wanted to buy some 10 bananas, so that fellow is going to make into 4 boxes. These 4 boxes are put into another kind of a bag. And finally, you just take away those 6 or 7 banana and you throw away all this packing material. So that way, how much packing material we have been wasting on daily basis. So that is where we are now working on a research paper where we are trying to know the willingness of the customers to return the packing material to the service provider. So they take away the product and hand over the packing material to the service provider like Amazon or Flipkart or whoever it is. Then they can recycle it and they can use the same thing for next customer. So otherwise today, it's becoming just mere waste and too much of packing material. So I think this is we are not that sensitive. And we have been discussing about sustainability at the institutions, but we are not having sustainable practices within the institution. Take an institution as a unit. To educate our students on sustainability, we need to first practice sustainability, then say about sustainability. But unfortunately, most of us are not practicing sustainability. Companies that are aligned with the global green goals are Tata Steel 40% CO2 emission reduction. Mahindra is the first carbon neutral factory in India. Right. To become global manufacturing powerhouse, India must build strong domestic capabilities and reduce external dependencies, incentivize innovation and local production, boosting Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat initiatives to enhance global competitiveness to domestic industries, strengthening domestic supply chains to reduce dependency on imports, encouraging local MSMEs and startups to integrate into larger industrial value chains. This is missing. We are not making our MSMEs into the part of the larger supply chains. And they are working in one island and they are working in another island, but these two are not aligned. Developing robust risk mitigation strategies for supply chain disruptions, thereby forming self-sufficient and shock-resistant manufacturing ecosystem. And the production-linked incentive scheme could be extended to emerging trends like AI, semiconductors, and others. Lately, PLI scheme have increased domestic production by 15% in electronics, textiles, and pharma. That is production-linked incentives. A transparent, business-friendly, and globally aligned regulatory framework is essential to attract investments and ensure ease of doing business. Ease of doing business. So today, India ranks 63rd globally in terms of ease of doing business. But I think we need to improve a lot. but should aim to be in top 25 by 2047 by simplifying compliance and reducing tax burden. This is another important issue. Simplification of industrial policies, licensing, approvals, right? And introducing progressive tax policies, creating flexible adaptive regulatory frameworks, enhancing transparency and efficiency through digital governance and blockchain technology. This is other kind of a challenge. The challenge is, we wanted to grow, but whether our growth is inclusive, this is what I think we need to ensure. So, manufacturing excellence require a workforce that is diverse, skilled, empowered, dynamic, and productive to contribute to sustainable industry growth. So, we need to look at the gender and the social equity in the workforce. This is also very, very important. So, ignoring one section of the society in the development process, it cannot be called development. So, I think, hopefully by 2047, so these disparities can be minimized. These gaps and disparities can be minimized. Even now, the gender proportions are very low in the top level positions. And female are more recruited at some level, but beyond a point, they are not recruited. This is the biggest challenge. That's what I speak in this gender sensitization programs. If you have 1100 universities in the country, how many women vice chancellors are there? How many women registrars are there? So you can just count on fingers. Out of 1100 universities in the country, because of there's a mandatory requirement of women universities, there is a women vice chancellor. But otherwise, hardly you find the women in administrative positions. So this is a gender. The same is the case with socially and economically disadvantaged groups. So we need to have that kind of a inclusive and holistic work environment, because ignoring inclusivity, we may not be able to achieve our Visit Bharat goals. Encouraging women and differently abled individuals and marginalized communities and the rural workforce inclusion into mainstream workforce. This is another kind of a problem. So if you look at Hyderabad city, there are about 100 plus engineering colleges. In Hyderabad itself, 100 to 150 engineering colleges. The students who are pursuing their education in Hyderabad, they are having better chances of placement, and nobody is going to the rural colleges for placement. All companies will go to only urban areas to recruit. But who will take care of these rural area students? That is the reason why even rural area students are also willing to come to Hyderabad to pursue their higher education by spending huge money. And they are working, they are studying, they are trying to balance both. But I think the industries also should have a policy to have a policy. I think some percentage of my workforce should be from rural area. Some percentage of my workforce should be, I think, women. Some percentage of my workforce is from marginal communities, socially, economically. Otherwise, we may achieve our targets, numerical targets, but we may not be able to achieve our social targets. I think this is very, very important. Then leveraging workplace automation while maintaining a job security and human machine collaboration. 76% of industrial workers face stress-related issues. So build awareness in workplaces. This is another challenge. Focus on mental health, and I think today there's a lot of stress on the employees to improve the productivity. And the shift hours are not 7, 8, 9, 10, no holidays, lot of pressure, no leaves. And outside also the cost of living has been increasing. So then whatever little money they get in terms of salary, they are unable to survive outside. That it is leading to lot of stress. And very recently, University of Hyderabad science, medical science people have conducted a study on 3,600 software professionals. And almost 75 to 80% of them are having fatty liver. So this is partly because of sedentary lifestyle and too much of stress, too much of pressure, and from morning to evening they need to work, and lot of stress to reach their deadlines and targets. Apart from lot of disposable income to have junk food and other things. But this is what is very recent study of 15 days, 20 days ago. But still there are people are speaking about one should work 70 hours per week, 90 hours per week, 95 hours per week. Lot of things have been happening. So I think we need to also take care of the holistic work environment. We should not look at only the short-term goals of achieving productivity. See, for example, there's a Walmart company. They have a specification for their driver recruitment also. A fellow who is supposed to transport their vehicles from one place to other place. They have a specification that that fellow should have these many hundreds of hours of safe driving without any accident. And this fellow should have some 8 hours or 12 hours rest, mandatory rest, before that fellow take up the job. Even they are taking care of even a small driver job. But in our system, a security guard is asked to work for 16 hours, 18 hours per day. Or maybe some other truck drivers, we ask them to drive for 20 hours or 18 hours per day. We give a deadline. Because the product is perishable. And unless you take the product within 24 hours to the destination, the product gets damaged. Then there is no alternate driver. The single driver has to drive 24 hours continuously. And nobody bothers about his health condition, his mental condition, nothing. So what I'm trying to tell is, when we are looking at the development and growth, it should be inclusive and holistic. Okay. So the manufacturing success depends on strong community engagement and international trade alliances, encouraging CSR-driven community initiatives for local development, bilateral and multilateral trade agreements, global leaders in technology and innovation. Adoption of AI, automation, AI, robotics, 3D printing, and creating virtual models of manufacturing plants, implementing digital twins and the predictive maintenance for minimizing downtime. Only 4.7% in India receive formal training compared to 75% in Germany and 34% in China. This is quality education. This is what is more concerned. So if you wanted to achieve your Viksit Bharat objectives, I think we need to enhance our quality of education. Quality of education is very important. We have been increasing GER. The current GER is 28.4% and we wanted to increase to 50% by 2035. There's no issue about it. But we need to also take care of quality. Without quality, improving GER will not serve this purpose. So as per statistics, 4.7% in India receive formal training compared to 75%. India should bridge the skill gap. India needs 90 million skilled workers by 2030. This is what is under survey. So India future skill ecosystem, that's why our government, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana government, they have started a skill university, Young India Skill University. So they have given emphasis for skill education. Promoting skilling, upskilling and reskilling programs. Encouraging vocational training, that's what NEP 2020 is saying. Workforce can be empowered through digital learning platforms. Okay. Then this is what opportunities for India. Strengthening academia startup industry collaboration is the key. Address the bottom of the pyramid. Most of the MNC products get diverted to the market that reaches only about 100 million of India's 1.2 billion population. I think bottom of the pyramid. The fortune lies at bottom of the pyramid. That was the book written by C.K. Prahlad. Then R&D in academic institutions is primarily driven by North American and European models. There is a need to innovate in areas where there is a domestic demand focused on a systems of innovation. So when we are establishing universities, not all the universities should offer the same courses. I think most of the universities should offer courses related to that kind of process, like local R&D for product development is absolutely essential for reducing the cost and taking care of the needs of the people. It is possible to do high quality research in academic institutions in India. Now it make relevant to India's needs. Multiple government of India initiatives for startups like DIH, BIRAC, PDP, etc. to be taken care. Creativity in our higher education sector is as important as literacy at the grassroots level. So, if there is no creativity at the higher education, I think we are educated illiterates. This is what is the statement I think I need to understand. The conclusion is, I think I have a lot of things to share, but the next 2 days we are going to deliberate on these topics. But I wanted to give you some kind of a bird's eye view on each topic. So India's potential is limitless. And with the combined efforts of government, industry, and academia in innovation, sustainability, and skill development, India can make Viksit Bharat 2047 a reality. So, who are required now? Government, industry, and academia. Each of the teams that will be part of this event forms a critical pillar in India's journey to becoming a Viksit Bharat. This is what I wanted to tell you. It's a positive and optimistic note. All of us work together. We should be able to achieve. So, my final word back, as academic institutions, I think we need lot of role to play. Conducting this kind of a seminar is only beginning. So just we started thinking in this direction. But how do we make the Viksit Bharat as a reality? I think that lies with the teachers, students, and don't pursue the education for the sake of degrees. That is not going to help you. That is unless you have a skill, unless you have a creativity, unless you have innovation. That remains as a paper. Your degree certificate is only a paper, piece of paper. I think I hope you understand the kind of a gravity of the problem and to make this 2047 as a reality, because most of the teachers who are here, By 2047, we may not be in the education field and we may not be hereafter, but the future is yours. I think you are going to witness this 2047 reality. I wish you all the best and I congratulate the university and department for taking the lead. Thank you very much.
Now I request all the dignitaries to please come on to the dais. And thank you, sir, for your insightful words. To express our gratitude, we will now proceed with the felicitation of our esteemed guest, Professor Rajashekar Velamkonda sir. May I request Professor Shri Sheila Reddy ma'am to do the honors. Now I request.
No, stop.
Now I invite Dr. M.S.R. Anjanelu, co-convener of the seminar, to propose the vote of thanks.
I thought it will be good morning, but I have to wish as a good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone present here. It is my privilege and honor to deliver the vote of thanks for this inaugural session of the two-day national seminar on roadmap to Viksit Bharat at the 2047 strategic insights in visualizing excellence in manufacturing sector. First and foremost, I extend my sincere gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor S.A. Kori, for his continuous encouragement and unwavering support in organizing such insightful events on our campus. A special thanks to Professor C. Shiva Reddy, Dean Academics and Registrar, Central University of Andhra Pradesh, for her constant support and for sharing her inspiring words with us today. I express my heartfelt appreciation to our esteemed chief guest and keynote speaker, Professor Rajshekar Velamkonda, Senior Professor, School of Management Studies, University of Hyderabad, for his enlightening address, which has provided valuable perspectives and set the tone for engaging discussions over the next 2 days. I sincerely appreciate Dr. Malati, convener of this seminar, for her warm welcome and for effectively setting the context of this seminar with a well-articulated theme. I also take this opportunity to thank the Indian Council of Social Science Research, Southern Region Center, for sponsoring this event and enabling us to bring together distinguished academicians, researchers, and industry experts for meaningful deliberations. My heartfelt thanks to all the dignitaries, faculty members, scholars, and participants for their presence and active engagement. I look forward to the thought-provoking discussions and the knowledge sharing in the upcoming sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With that, we conclude the inaugural session. We hope you enjoy the engaging technical sessions ahead. Kindly proceed for a short tea break.
The tea is arranged just outside the hall. Okay, just 5 minutes break, not more than that one. Immediately we are starting the technical session one.
షాప్ లో ఉంది కదా మళ్ళీ స్టార్ట్ అయినప్పుడు మళ్ళీ అమ్మ చెప్పారు మీకు అప్పుడు పెన్ డ్రైవ్ ఇచ్చారా వీడియోది అమ్మజీ షార్ట్ ఇచ్చారు పెన్ డ్రైవ్ అది తీసుకో అది స్క్రీన్ చేంజర్ ఆడబెట్టండి అది షార్ట్ ఇచ్చేసి ఆయన షార్ట్ పెన్ డ్రైవ్ ఆయన అనుకోండి సార్ ఇది పెన్ డ్రైవ్ కాదు షార్ట్ పెన్ డ్రైవ్ కూడా ఉంది సార్ అక్కడ సిస్టమ్ ఉంది అవన్నీ మేడంకి ఇచ్చేసేయండి అదే షార్ట్ ఇచ్చేసి క్యాబిన్ కీస్ వద్దా అదే అది అదేది మందేది అదేది మేడం ఇంకోటి దాన్ని చూడండి జడబెట్టారు చూడు సార్ మంది మంది ఇది అది ఆడు చూడు స్క్రీన్ చేంజర్ రావు ఇది ఉందా చూడు ఒకసారి ఏంటన్నా కాదు కాదు ఉంటే దగ్గర పెట్టుకో అక్కడ పెట్టేసి దాంట్లో పెట్టేసి అది మేడం చూడు పరిమళ మేడం అది ఓకేనా నేను ఒకటి తెప్పిస్తానా ఇప్పుడు ఇప్పుడు బుక్ చేసా 26వ తేదీ వస్తుంది No, 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 I'm not at free. I'm told ask me to do. We can't. Please. When you are small, no, then there is a. No, Pedro. దీనికి కేబుల్ ఇస్తారా వాళ్ళు ఇస్తాం సార్ లేదు అంటే పెన్ డ్రైవ్ లో కేసు ఇస్తాను వాడే కాపీ చేస్తాను అట్లనే చేసుకోవచ్చు ఇప్పుడు అది ఉంది కదా స్క్రీన్ చేంజర్ ఉంది కాబట్టి ఎన్ని కావాలి ఏంటి మేడం 3 4 నెక్స్ట్ సెషన్ కి 4 కావాలి అక్కడ పెట్టచ్చు పెన్ డ్రైవ్ ఇస్తే పెన్ డ్రైవ్ యూట్యూబ్ లైవ్ వస్తుంది ఇప్పుడు ఆఫ్ చేస్తాను స్టాప్ అయింది కదా ప్లే కొట్టాలి ప్లే కొడితే రన్నింగ్ ఈరోజు అంతా అక్కడే ఉంది రేపు మళ్ళీ ఇంకోళ్ళు ఓకేనా
సార్ మీ సార్ ఇవన్నీ ఇక్కడ పెట్టండి ఆయనకి ఎలా పంపించాలో
వాళ్ళే చేంజ్ చేసుకుంటారు లేదా సార్ ఇప్పుడు ఫస్ట్ సెషన్ సంబంధించిన 5 కాపీ అయిపోయాయి అది మేడం క్యాబిన్ తీసుకోవచ్చు అన్న ఒకసారి చెక్ చేయండి
సార్ ల్యాప్టాప్
కేబుల్ వాళ్ళు తేవాలా అంటున్నారు ఆయన దగ్గర పాయింటర్ కూడా ఉంది కదా పాయింటర్ ఉంది కాబట్టి
సార్ టుమారో
If you are ready, I will give you in a second. Sir, first where sir? Sir, by evening we prepare tomorrow's schedule and I will share it.
Just call the
So, third or fourth. Only third. Fourth is parallel one. Three and four will be parallel. తర్వాత రెండు రోజులు చూసి
My old colleague,
పేమెంట్ కట్టాలి అంటారు కింద
వచ్చింది నేను మొత్తం వచ్చింది వచ్చింది
ఆఫ్లైన్ చెక్ చేసుకోవాలి
అంటే యూనిక్ అందరికి ఒక ఇన్స్ట్రక్షన్స్ అలానే ఇచ్చారు
దాన్ని అది అందుకుంటుంది చెక్ చేసుకో
ఏమన్నా డౌట్ ఉంటే వాళ్ళకి కాల్ చేస్తారు
వాళ్ళైతే వాళ్ళ పని వాళ్ళు కరెక్ట్
రోహిణి సార్
చేసి ఇలా ఇచ్చేవాళ్ళు కదా చేయించేవాళ్ళు ఇలా ఇచ్చేవాళ్ళు
క్యూ రాదు సార్
ఇక్కడే ఇస్తాం
మా రోహిణి no laptop, it will be there or it will be the point.
ఓడియం
మరి అట్లా
ఇది ఎక్స్ట్రా పెట్టుకోండి కాదు ఇప్పుడు అడ్జస్ట్మెంట్స్ ఇవ్వాలి ఈ మధ్యలో ఇక్కడ 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 అబ్బాయి మన్వే ఈ మందికి కూడా ఆడుతున్నాడు మంది కూడా సెషన్ రిపోర్ట్ రాయాలి సెషన్ రిపోర్ట్ లేకపోతే మళ్ళీ మనం ఐసీసీ ఏం పంపిస్తాం సెషన్ రిపోర్ట్ పంపించాలి ఏం లేదు అది ఏం చేస్తారు కరెక్ట్ ఉంటుంది అబ్బాయి వెనుక కూర్చొని సెషన్ రిపోర్ట్ రాయాలి మళ్ళా అంటే వీళ్ళకి రొక్క ఒకటి రాస్తారు పిల్లల చేత కానీ మళ్ళీ మనం మాడిఫై చేయాలి మరి మనకు డేస్ కావాలి ఇది ఏం చేస్తామన్నారు అన్న ఇక్కడ చైర్స్ వేయాలి ఎవరు వేస్తారు ప్రోగ్రామ్
టెక్నికల్ సెషన్స్
మళ్ళీ ఇప్పుడు రెడీ हमारा लोगो ये पूछा तो आप नहीं आया मैं क्या
अच्छा डायरेक्ट ये सामने कैमरा नंबर गूगल किए हैं उसी को
लिंक भेज
All people who are still in the veranda are requested to get into the seminar hall for the next also especially who are sitting back rows, you are requested to
मैडम
AI leading to street addictions. And at last, political and legal factors that gives opportunity to this manufacturing sector is government support AI and tech-based education, and threats is again regarding the stringent safety regulations and risk of changing AI regulations. From this all discussions, we found that AI-driven toy manufacturing has high potential. Strategic growth is achievable through innovation. Need for, but there is a strong need for strong regulatory compliances and consumer trust because of the data they will AI will fetch that too from the children data, which is crucial. From all these discussions and findings, what I concluded is capitalize on technological advancement by integrating AI into interactive toys is very is going to be a crucial thing. Expand into emerging market with strategic partnership and e-commerce platform will be a good opportunity. Prioritize data security and regulatory compliances to gain consumer trust. And the last will be invest in consumer education to address skepticism and promote the benefit of AI in toys. That's all. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Okay, very good. All of you are sticking to the time. Third paper presenter is Mr. Samantak Chakravarti. The title is The Strategic Role of HRM in Manufacturing, Driving Competitiveness and Excellence.
Good afternoon, respected faculties and my dear friends. My topic is myself, Samantak Chakravarti, Department of Management, second semester. My topic is the strategic role of HRM in manufacturing, driving competitiveness and excellence. So we all know that HRM is one of the most important department of a company like finance and marketing. And this paper is a small glimpse of what HRM could achieve in future and what are the scope of HRM in the industry 4.0. And right now it's 5.0. So HRM's role have evolved from the traditional HRM to modern HRM. So it is no longer stick to only to the recruitment and planning and training and payroll anymore. So it is uh, also involved the AI and automation. And this presentation explores HRM's impact on manufacturing competitiveness. So objectives are analyze the shift from traditional to strategic HRM, or we can say that modern HRM, explore the HRM role in workforce development and how the employees can adapt the new technologies, and examine the impact of digital transformation and assess the most important thing is that assess the behavioral science and psychology, which I haven't found such papers who is working on the behavioral science and psychology of the employees of a company. Identify the key challenge, which I think is a very big topic in future, and identify the key challenges and opportunities in manufacturing sector. So these are the key literature reviews that I have gone through, and I have did a small comparison between the traditional and strategic HRM. It's more, as I have mentioned before, it's more focused on the hiring, payroll, and compliance, which we have seen in government offices, where they mostly focuses on the traditional method of the HRM, but many companies and most of the foreign American companies are like adopting the strategic HRM, which more focused on upskilling the employees and digital transformation and adaptability and transition driven by automation, AI, and industry competition. So, a role of digital transformation in HRM. HRM leverages AI, automation, and data analytics for efficiency and upskilling the employees to ensure adaptability in involving manufacturing needs. Then, what is the role of behavioral science in workplace? So, as we all know that if the employee is free, if the employee has the autonomy to work, they can perform better. Most of the research have suggested that. Like, but nowadays, in a report of American Psychological Association has suggested that 73% of the overall employees of the world are having stress in their workplace. And in the second point, I have mentioned that the recognition and awards boost job satisfaction and productivity. Uh, and also, I would like to add that the work-life balance is required for each and every employee. We can take the example of Japan. Japan is like giving the freedom of their employee to work only 4 hours in a day. So it has been a great example for our country as we are visioning the Viksit Bharat 2047. So what are the challenges? The skill gap and labor shortages, as our sir has mentioned, that people are going for the uh, marks and scores in their academics and not focusing on their skills. So when the companies are like taking the interviews and all that, they are acquiring the students, but they will not be able to sustain in that company because of lack of skills. And in the fastest growing, like like technology is growing rapidly nowadays, so we have to like uh, we have to catch up in our skills, and managing mental well-being is one of the important part. And as I have mentioned, work-life balance and employee recognition is the key findings, the main key findings of my paper, and workforce upskilling and HR-driven mental well-being. So, HR should also focus on counseling and taking care of their mental health if there is any, like if any employees facing any issues and any harassment or like regarding the leaves and payments. Most importantly, maternity leaves is one of the key aspects that the HRM needs to focus on. Then the recommendation: HRM should integrate behavioral science and psychology into workforce strategies, and digital transformation must align with employee adaptability programs. Policies should focus on upskilling and psychological well-being. So, in conclusion, the key driver of HRM is a key driver of manufacturing excellence. So, strategic HRM enhance efficiency, innovation, and sustainability. Behavioral science, psychology, and digital tools are essential for the workforce. So I would like to finish my presentation by saying one case study is that we all know Toyota car company. So they were using the Kaizen philosophy uh, to develop their employees' skills and improve their mental health and all that. So this is an example for our companies also, and we can use it in our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Samantha. Now we have the presentation. It is also a joint presentation by Mr. Siddharth and Don Vimal Prasad. The title is Building a Smarter Workplace, Challenges and Benefits of Human Automation collaboration in manufacturing.
Esteemed dignitaries on the panel and my dear friends, very good afternoon. Myself, Don Prasad from MSc Economics and Data Analytics.
Myself, Siddharth from MBA department.
So without wasting much time, we will move on to the presentation. I mean, as you can see, the topic is building a smarter workplace, the challenges and benefits of human automation, collaboration in manufacturing. So in this present era, I mean, if we go back to the 1980s or 70s, so working with a robot or automated manufacturing, for them it was a future. For us, it's in the present tense. So
Turn it.
So, for the introduction, we can talk about the human automation collaboration. So, what's human automation collaboration? It's like combining the strength of both humans and machine to work together. I mean, if we are given out to the physical strength, there are limitations towards the human beings. So, putting out the big heavy loads or stuff, we can give that part to the robotic hands or automated automated area stuff. So they'll do the strengthening parts where the critical thinking part that will be taken care by the human beings. So that's for the introduction. Uh, if we are talking about traditionally, humans have handled complex decision and troubleshooting, while automation focuses on speed and consistency. As you can see, most of the companies they are moving out towards a better automated structures. They are. They do provide better production and better time strain, and they do provide speed and consistency. And by the study, so here we are not focusing on unemployment due to automation, but specifying on technical unemployment. So technical unemployment in our simple terms is just unemployment due to automated or development advancement in the technology. So that's technical unemployment. So as you can see, India now we don't face much. Yes, we do face unemployment, but rate that's on the decrease. So if you but on the other side, the technical unemployment it's on the rise. If we check on to the youth, our youth, they do have the skills or necessary. They do lack the skills, but they are people with necessary skills. Only they are able to find a job in this manufacturing sector. So the low scale jobs, if that doesn't require much critical thinking stuff. They are getting replaced by AIs and robotic structures. So they are the ones who mostly affected by automation. They or if you are I so as you can see, the unemployment rate rose to 9.2% up from 7% in May 2024. And during the period of 2017 to 2023, we can see the same figure in this region. Uh, we had a technical issue in collecting quantitative data. We took on to the quantitative assessment because technical unemployment is on a standard set. Data.
Hello.
So move on to the literature part.
Hello.
So, move to the literature part. The first article is
చెప్పండి.
automation of the work environment and the human technology collaboration change by ANACO in 2021.
You just said what gap you found out. You may not read all those.
Okay,
Because
okay.
it will take long.
Appearance బాగుందన్న.
It says that there is a positive correlation between automation and unemployment,
Okay.
and there's a huge impact on employment and
చెప్తారా?
automation. And the second article is automation of the work environment and human technology
Okay,
collaboration
అయితే
by
tomorrow morning.
Sanders in
Holiday అయితే tomorrow morning.
2017. It emphasizes that there's a proper collaboration and a proper coordination between the humans and the technology. And it is designed for social harmony. And the next is advancing human automation collaboration, coordination and dynamic functional allocation by SK Muralidharan. It also highlights that effective coordination and dynamic function allocation between human and automated system. So move on to the finding part. The first finding is automation replaces routine jobs and it creates high skilled opportunities. It means that in many factories, workers are used to repeated repeated tasks like assembling assembling products or packaging, labeling, etc. So um, after the invention of robotics, it can be done without the helping of manpower. So, for example, AI supervision, robotics, maintenance, and data analysis. Then the second is impact differ by nation and sector. It means every country needs to invest a certain percentage of spending on particular programs for skill and knowledge. For example, Germany has conducted a study that dual, dual education system that emphasizes that work experience in the classroom, and on the other hand, US also US automation has led to job loss become their interest. And third is automation increases productivity but requires workforce modification. It says that automation increases the productivity of of the organization and it also reduces the cost of production. And the fourth one is employee education and reskilling are crucial. It means automation increases the productivity and reduce the cost of production. And fourth, employee education and reskilling are crucial. It means as an extension of third findings, the workers are go for acquiring skills and training upskilling. Upskilling means teaching them new skills. And the fifth point is economic and policy supports influence automation.
So, so moving on to the part of suggestions. I mean, the first part is define clear roles for human workers and automation to ensure seamless collaboration. As I mentioned before, there are jobs that will surely be replaced by automation. I mean, the small scale jobs or something. So we had to define, we had to consider a specific line where the automation had to work and the workers had to work. And more, so that there will be a collaboration between the AI and automation and human. So if we take, for example, BMW with its, production process, they introduced lightweight machinery, so that the people don't have to stretch on the strength. I mean, they don't have to pull heavy loads or stuff. So they will take out the automated hands will take out the heavy parts and stuff. The rest of the welding and stuff can be done by the human workers. So moving on to the second step, encourage cross-functional teams to foster diverse perspective and innovative problem solving. So most of the issues that we face are with lack of skill. So if as I said, we are definitely going to lose jobs that doesn't require critical thinking. So so we had to put out some, simplify the jobs or put out educational yeah, education structure that innovative, coding and stuff. We have to put out in the way that the problem can be solved. And the third is using generative AI to simplify technical concepts. As we do, some of the research can be done with the AI. And promote lifelong learning programs to help workers. As in Germany, we can see, as I mentioned in the findings, these problems depends on the nature, the society or the country. When people are not adaptive, these kind of things do happen. So Germany, they came up with an idea to promote education in a way that even though they are working, they have to acquire new skills. So at the day, at a point of time, if they are to lose the job, they do have the skills to find another one. So, and moving on to the last part, facilitate collaboration between governments, business, and education. As I said before, we had to put out the education system in a way that the students are capable of building out new skills. Uh, so I would like to conclude with a small quote. That's why Jason Kingdom is the chairman and CEO of Blue Prism. The intelligent automation is about creating a digital workforce that collaborate with humans to drive innovation and efficiency. So as you can get the meaning, but if you are to look more further, you can, find it contradictory because the Blue Prism is a company that emphasizes on more on robotics. So moving on to the conclusion, summary, automation is transforming manufacturing by enhancing productivity. So I mean, to just conclude, I would like to say we do have a two alternative future. In a funny way, we can put it out. One alternative might be anything just like in the Terminator movie. For other, we can be just like in the Iron Man movie where Jarvis and AI collaborate with. So we will prefer AI combined with it rather than getting killed by a robot. And that's it. Thank you.
And the last paper presenter is Ms. Sheshan Pavitra. The title is Decarbonizing the Industrial Sector, New Innovations.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Pavitra from MBA second semester. Today, my topic is about decarbonizing the industrial sector. Decarbonizing the industrial sector means it refers to reducing or eliminating the carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases which are produced by the industries. And this includes the industries such as steel, cements, and other manufacturing sectors which are heavily relying on the fossil fuels and energy and production process. As of the introduction, the industrial sector is one of the largest contributor which has nearly 30% of carbon dioxide emissions have been taking place by the industries. And decarbonizing industries involve the carbon emissions, electrification of industrial process, and pure switching to renewable energies. Energy efficiency means it will switching the fuel consumptions and emissions productivity. This by implementing the smart sensors and AI real-time work monitoring. Electrification of industrial process refers to fossil fuels of elements can significantly cut emissions. The table of contents is objectives, sampling and data collection, scope and limitations. The objectives are to which it analyzes the process and implements the innovative technologies which reduce the consumption and energy. And it will identify the green hydrogen and solar power which replace the fossil fuels. It will integrate the capture, utilization and storage in the carbon emissions in the industries. Decarbonizing steel and cement industries. The steel and cement industries are among the largest contributors to the global carbon dioxide emissions, together accounting the 50% of global carbon emissions. These industries highly relies on the fossil fuels. Sampling data collections. It will refers on the energy consumption and efficiency data. Energy consumption means industries, major factories, carbon emissions, and these industries will identify the inefficiencies and improve the energy management. And carbon emissions and footprint data, where the industrial emissions are monitoring the national and global greenhouse gases, which is maintained by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Technological innovations means one of the most promising solutions for industrial decarbonization in carbon capturing and storage. Decarbonization via electrification and renewable integration, which many industrial processes, especially those requiring high temperature, relying on the fossil fuels and natural gases and coal. The scope of this decarbonizational industrial sector, which it explores the implementation of energy efficiencies and measures on the significant energy consumption and carbon emissions. The adoption of low carbon energy sources will renewable on the green hydrogen and offers all the industries to opportunity to significantly reduce the carbon prints. And the carbon capturing utilization technologies will play a critical role in decarbonizing industries, which, as a cement and steel manufacturing, gives the crucial industries that difficult for fully decarbonize. Limitation. limitations of the decarbonization industries. This features is relying on the secondary data sources, which will restrict the implementing energy efficiencies. Even when the storage sites are available, concern about the long-term safety, but the environmental factor of carbon dioxide underground can create public and regulatory resistance. The carbon dioxide will be stored in the underground for the future industrial activities. At last, finding and conclusion, I will conclude that the decarbonizing the industrial sector is an essential complex challenge that requires the integration of innovation technology, efficient energy practice, and the low adoption carbon energy sources like green hydrogen, solar thermal will play a crucial role in industrial sectors. The carbon capturing industries they have to store the carbon which is affecting the climate changes and for the future industrial activities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now I request all the five paper presenters to come over to the dais so that if there are any questions, the audience can pose questions to them. Please be very brief with your questions in case you are posing a question. And you will specify to whom you are posing that particular question, from where you want to get the answer.
Ramanji, mic
This is the mic. You
Question
will be given a mic.
Manohar, mic. And give one mic to the audience. Mic audience. Just the audience.
Yes, any questions?
I have a question.
Madam,
Yeah.
What is the objective of this study?
Hello. And objective of the study is to analyze the impact. If we are not able to adopt the techniques and equipments which can decarbonize our MSME sector, which is contributing more on the carbon emission, then what will be the figures of those carbon emission figures, and then what will be severe consequences as it is faced by Delhi in this decade. So it will also be for other state also. Then this analysis only is the objective of.
Then what your contribution?
Contribution is to analyze, to interpret the data.
Did you mention your reference?
Yes, many differences.
Not intake, the proper APA format and
Go on my research paper that is will be provided within 2 days in PDF copy. In those all APA format references are mentioned.
The other things you can discuss
Thank
over
you.
lunch. Any question? Any other question?
Actually, he is my friend.
So you asked him, you guided him to ask those questions. Okay, any other question?
Okay. Hi. My question is to Siddharth. So I just wanted to ask you that one small thing. You were discussing about human interaction with the machine, this thing, automation. I wanted to ask you one simple question: whether you do you believe that blue collar job or a white collar job, which one is more prone to the threat of the
AI.
AI? Yeah.
Yes.
Can you just answer this one?
I mean, to think about it, I can put it in a simple answer. It actually depends, and it actually depends on what kind of skills that particular job requires. I mean, if it's about putting out the data entry kind of stuff, with the proper equipments, we don't need a human actually. There might be errors, but I mean, if we have to put out in a collaboration between automation and particularly talking about white or blue collar jobs, we can keep humans as a gateway. I mean, to corruptions and error kind of stuff.
Any questions? Yes.
So my question is for Samantha. So my doubt is from the field where behavioral psychology of employees I'm talking about, like how we can improve the relationship between the organization and the employees working with them. Any reforms in the policies?
So the key is to reform the, to improve the relation between the employees and the organization is the work-life balance, what I believe is that, and another thing is that it's difficult and
He
challenging
is asking about employers and employees.
employees and the organization.
Yeah,
So the
employers.
employers. So one thing is that HR can play a crucial role. Is that taking care of the mental health of the employees and doing regular sessions with the employees, like taking some times from the work, and they can do that workshops, seminars, games. These are the keys to connect the employees with the organization.
Okay. Any other questions? Me later.
Madam, regarding artificial intelligence in products manufacturing.
Can you introduce yourself?
Artificial intelligence in products manufacturing.
You please introduce yourself.
I'm Talari Chantibabu. I'm from Rajahmundry, representing from SK University. So most of the industries have been vanished from Indian manufacturing and assembly sector. China has captured Indian market only because of lack of this intelligence in manufacturing plants. Actually, as MSMEs cannot offer this.
Yeah, please pose the question.
Yeah. How can it be used in a small MSMEs? Intelligence or artificial intelligence, toys manufacturing, very sector, very small sector. How it can be used in this?
Like there are different parameters of AI also. So we can come up with the AI.
Yeah.
Like it can come up with no.
You take
These are very small industries in the Patiala, Chandigarh, and Nayada. These are very small industries. How can it be?
But AI developers are working on that. So we can strategically get in connect with AI developers for small MSMEs also by taking insights from them and how we can how we can include AI for our small scale industries also like that. We can do that.
Okay, any more? Yeah, we can have one or two questions.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sathik. I'm studying in MBA in Central University. So, my question is for Rohini. So, in this current generation, the youth or the Gen Z, which we call, is addicted to online games, more prone to online games and other things. So, even the kids from the age of 4, they are addicted to online games. So, how far is including artificial intelligence into toys scalable for Viksit Bharat 2047?
Like we can come up with AI automations regarding educational system, regarding like some better.
No, listen to the question. What question he has asked?
Can you,
So my question is, how far integrating artificial intelligence into toys and products which are going to sell is scalable? Because from the age of 4, students or the children are addicted to online games. So do they have time to play with the toys that we used to play? So how far is that
Is
scalable?
it viable?
Is it viable
yeah,
to
that's,
achieve for 2047?
yeah. Like we can come up with the AI integration regarding educations also. that will be feasible in developing with the vision of 2047.
Okay. Any other questions?
Hello, my name is Dhanush, a student of BBA second semester. My question is to my senior Mr. Chakravarti. He had talked about the Japanese model where the employees come and work only for 4 hours in a day. I want to know what's its take on the 70-hour work week, which became very famous recently in India.
I'm not in a favor of 70 hours work in a week, and it's not productive at all, what I believe, because the employee will be burned out and not productive at all. So, this is my stand.
Any other questions? I can give one last question. Okay, good. So I don't want to stand between you and your lunch. I know already you are feeling restless. I can sense the murmuring in the hall. So firstly, I'll tell what I felt nice about this session. All of them stuck to the time that we told that 5 to 7 minutes, and they were very crisp presentations. So there was no need for me to remind anyone, you please wind up. So they themselves completed the presentation well in the given time, that is 5 to 7 minutes. Then other thing is, the second part is, all of them were students of CUAP. And there were three management students, papers by three management students, and one was a joint paper by economics and management. That is also well appreciated, because this is the age of collaboration, a multidisciplinary approach. It's good that a student of economics and a student of management have jointly authored the paper. The other thing is, yes, as I said in the beginning, very nice words: decarbonizing, human excellence, HRM, okay, then collaboration. All these were present in your titles of the presentation. This is a small beginning. You have made a good start, all of you, but there is a lot to improve. Okay, since I don't have time, I cannot comment on each presentation. Presentation needs to be comprehensive, and it should give your perspective on the topic you have chosen. You tried to finish it in the 5 minutes time, but there was some connectivity which was lacking, which would not give a comprehensive view of the theme of the paper. Maybe that is because of paucity of time. Maybe you didn't have enough time for preparation of the paper. I do understand that a very short notice you have been, you tried to prepare the presentation or the paper which you have presented. But all said and done, I really appreciate efforts made by all of you, and others who are sitting that side also should be as proactive as these students are. I think we have many more presentations from the student side also in the next technical sessions. And with this, a few words, they say that well begun is half done. So we had a very nice inaugural session with a very insightful keynote address, and immediately after the inaugural session, we had a very brief, concise, very succinctly they shared their perspective. It's really difficult to share the perspective in just 5 minutes, but these students have done it. A round of applause to all of them. and you should draw inspiration because they have come forward to share their views. And you should share your knowledge. Only when you share the knowledge, you gain the knowledge. Please keep this in mind. And please do participate actively in all the technical sessions. Your faculty members, the Department of Management, have taken a lot of pains to guide you in the right direction. And I compliment all of them. It is a collective effort. Definitely, there may be few conveners, but without a collective effort, nothing is possible. So they have really taken a lot of pains in conceptualizing the theme of the seminar and making this seminar possible. So wishing you all the very best and my best wishes for all the remaining technical sessions. Thank you.
Thank you to all our presenters for their valuable insights. Now I would like to propose a vote of thanks. First and foremost, as we conclude this session, it is my privilege to propose a heartfelt vote of thanks. First and foremost, I extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed chairperson, Professor C. Sheila Reddy, for the invaluable time and insights. Thank you for your leadership and guidance in us. To our paper presenters, thank you for the well-researched and thought-provoking presentations. Your contribution truly enriched our understanding of the subject. A special thanks to our faculty in charge, Dr. Mochi Rajkumar, and our rapporteur, Dr. Manoja Padyala, for the meticulous planning and support. Last but not least, I extend my gratitude to the organizing team and all the participants for their enthusiastic engagement. Thank you once again. Please join us for the next session. Have a wonderful day.
Students in a very great way. Students around us sit down to delegates, you can go for lunch, okay? And faculty has and a small announcement for students. The lunch is served at the back side of our academic block, okay? And all the students of management as well as the representatives, just go and the student volunteers are there. They will be giving you collect the lunch number and take it. Okay, this is a small formality which you have to follow. As a smooth conduct. And first, all the letters will deliver. The people who are coming from outside as well as our faculty will take them. All the students take. Okay. And it is a half an hour lunch. Exactly by 2:45, you will be in the auditorium. Okay.
ఏం సార్ అసలు బాగా క్లాస్ కిందనా అసలు మా సార్కి నాకు ఒక మంచి ఫుడ్ అప్పుడు మీరు చేయదు కదా మీ కోచ్ చేయదు ఎవరు మేడం ఇలా అందుకే మనోజ మనం ఛాన్స్ రాకుండా ఏం మాట్లాడలేదు మేడం ఇందులో చేయరు దీని మాట్లాడండి అది లెవెల్లో కాన్ఫరెన్స్ సార్ నేను ఊహించింది ఒకటి ఇక్కడ చదువుతున్నా ఒకటి అర్థమైంది సార్ నాకు అర్థమవుతుంది అర్థమైంది సార్
Delegates theory.
నాకు తెలియదు కదా.
సార్ పెన్ను రాస్తుంది కదా దాని మీద. డెలిగేట్స్ ఎన్ని కావాలి?
రాయండి మరి ఆలోచించారు. ర్యాపిడ్ తీసుకోవాలా?
పొద్దున మీరు రేపటి.
అవును నాగార్జున సార్ తీసుకోవాలి. నాగార్జున సార్ ఏదో తీసుకోవాలి. అదే ముందు నెక్స్ట్ మీరు చెప్తే
అంటే డెలిగేట్స్ లేరు ఇంకా. మ్యామ్ మీకు శ్రీకృష్ణ కదా
ఇందులో ఏడు ఎనిమిది ఉన్నాయి. ఫస్ట్ అయిపోగానే వాళ్ళకి ఎక్కించుకొని అయిపోగానే ఎక్కించుకొని వాళ్ళకి లాస్ట్
వాళ్ళ దగ్గర లేవా సార్? వాళ్ళకి 5 ఇచ్చాను కదా.
తర్వాత హడావిడి
మన సెలెక్షన్ సార్ పెన్ రాస్తుంది.
ఖర్చు రాదు. బయట
గ్రూప్ లో ఉంది సార్ నాది.
రాగానే మీరు ఆ వైట్ ఫైల్స్ కవర్ తీసుకున్నారు. ఆ వైట్ ఫైల్స్ మార్నింగ్ చాలా యాడ్ అవుతుంది.
ఆడైనా టెక్నికల్ సెషన్ కి టెక్నికల్ సెషన్ ప్యారలల్ సెషన్ లో guest is coming here, everybody is physically here, only the participant is online. So participants online అయిపోయిన వెంటనే అడైన వాళ్ళకి కొంతమంది కంటిన్యూ చేద్దాం. దీనిలో 10 ఉంటారు కదా. సో మనకి ఎంతమంది వస్తున్నారు, ఎంతమంది
ఒక్కటే ఇప్పుడు మా మీ తెల్ల పేపర్లు పోయినాయండి.
నేను పెట్టుకోబోతున్నాను. మీ ఎంసీ కృష్ణనేనా?
నేను పెడతాను. నాకు సంబంధం లేదు. ఆ టేబుల్ నాది కాదు. ఏదో అబ్బాయి వేసుకోండి. అది కాదు. ఆయన లేట్కి వచ్చి మీరు అది కరెక్ట్. ఎవరైనా ఒకళ్ళైనా ఉండాలి. ఎవరు ఉండరు ఇక్కడ.
ప్లాన్ చేసి ఆ అమ్మాయికి కాస్త మీ దగ్గర హెల్ప్ చేసి మీకు ఇంకేం కావాలి?
ఎదురైతే నేను అది కూడా
రూమ్ లో పడేస్తాను ఉంటుంది.
మనం అదే టెక్నిక్ టూకి అదే ఎంసీ అంతా చూసుకుంటాం. సరే గిఫ్ట్స్ అంట గోవర్ధన్ దగ్గర పెట్టేసాం ఉండండి నేను వస్తున్నా. సార్ అది రేపటికా?
ఇంక ఇది రేపటికే మేడం అన్నారు.
అదెందుకు మళ్ళీ అలా తీస్తారు? ఉంచేయాల్సింది అలానే.
ఎట్టి పెట్టే కన్నా కష్టం, కవర్ లో పెట్టేస్తాం.
మేడం అంత పర్టికులర్స్ గా ఉండకూడదు, మాలాంటి వాళ్ళు దొరికిపోతారు.
దుమ్ము పెడుతుంది.
కొంతమంది దొంగలు ఉంటారు డిపార్ట్మెంట్ లో. ఫంక్షన్ అంతా ఇక్కడ జరుగుతున్నప్పుడు అల్లెల్లి వెనకాల కూర్చుంటారు పిల్లల్లాగా.
దొంగలు అదేదో అంటారా చూడ, సామెత గుర్తు రావట్లేదమ్మా. భుజాలు తడుముకున్నట్టు మీరెందుకు చేరు తడుముకుంటారు?
నాకు అర్థమైంది సారే అని.
పెన్ డ్రైవ్
నీ దగ్గర పెట్టి వాళ్ళు వచ్చినప్పుడు ఇప్పుడు పెన్ డ్రైవ్ పోతే అలా మంది కాదు బాధ్యత. నా దగ్గర పెట్టు, నీ దగ్గర పెట్టుకో, వచ్చినాక రా మంచికి.
అదే మళ్ళీ వచ్చి కలిసి ఎన్ని తీసేస్తా.
లేదు
ఎన్ని ఫీచర్స్ ఏదైనా సారంగా ఎన్ని
అవి ఉన్నాయి ఇప్పుడు వద్దు, రేపు చేసేదాన్ని.
Program finished?
No.
Afternoon session is there?
Yeah.
Today,
tomorrow.
Today, tomorrow, evening. അതിനെ പതുക്കെ വന്നാൽ മാക്സിമം വെയിറ്റ്. എന്നെ വിളിച്ചില്ലല്ലോ, ഞാൻ അങ്ങോട്ട് വിളിച്ചത്. Can we say 5 minutes here? 5 minutes here. అయితే వెള്ളം ఉంటారు. చాయ్కి చూడండి ఆ వెള്ളം యారు ఉద్దేశాలు
അന്ന് പറയും ഇതുമാതിരി കാരണം അനക്കിന്റെ പ്രശ്നം മതിയാതെ പറയും പിന്നെ ആ 3 ദിവസത്തിന് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ റൈസ് കൊടുത്താൽ പോരെ അപ്പൊ നമുക്ക് 200 കൊടുത്താൽ പോരെ പിന്നെ നോക്കില്ലേ ബുധനാഴ്ച ഉണ്ടാവില്ലേ നല്ലത് പോലെ തിങ്സ് കൊടുക്കില്ല ചേർന്ന് അബൂദല്ലി കാറ്റ് വന്നേ
ఎరా అయిపోయిందా తిన్నావా సరేలే నేను ఇక్కడ చెన్నారాల్లోనే ఉన్నా కానీ సరేలే ఏం లేదు చెన్నారాల్లో ఉన్నా అందులే సరే അങ്ങോട്ട് പോകണ്ടോ കൊണ്ടോണ്ടി
గణేష్ తిన్నావా ఫుల్ రాసినారా అయితే రూమ్కి తిన్నారా తింటున్నావా సరే బయట Excuse me. Excuse me. Can anyone turn on the hotspot?
It's on. Push.
Password?
080.
80.
00008. 8. Okay. ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ തന്നെ അതിനെ കൊണ്ട് അതിനെ പറ്റിയെടുക്കും അതിനെ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടില്ല വലിയ മറ്റേതൊക്കെ യൂണിഫോം മാത്രം അപ്പൊ അതിനൊക്കെ മറ്റൊരു മാറ്റിയ ബാങ്ക് ഉണ്ടാവില്ല ഉണ്ടാവുക ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ മോസ്റ്റ് ഫോക്കസ് ബാങ്കിനാണ് എവിടെയെങ്കിലും എന്റെ കിട്ടല്ലേ പ്ലീസ് 1000 നാളത്തെ നാളെടുക്കൂലേ കേട്ടാ വെച്ചോട്ടോ എന്താ ഞാൻ കാണട്ടെ അതിനെ വാങ്ങിക്കോളൂ ഞാൻ പറയാറുണ്ട് പിന്നെ പോവാ ഫുഡ് കഴിച്ച്
ഭംഗിയായിരുന്നു. ക്ലാസ്സിൽ ഒരു കുട്ടി തെറ്റായി ഇത് തൊട്ടകെ അമ്മതിൽ പൊടിഞ്ഞേരാമോ have not paid money. ഇന്നത്തെ പൈസ കൊടുക്കാത്തവരൊക്കെ money for my please please pay the money Hello, police station and Kapaina. I'm a poor China. Oh, what's the car? Yellow. Come last lane. Last lane. What's it going? Number document. Number. എങ്ങനെയാന്ന് വന്ന് പറയാൻ കഴിയുമോ വന്നു സാരോ ഞാൻ പോയി പഠിച്ചോളൂ എന്താണോ ഒരു മാനസിൽ ഒരു പെട്ടി തൊക്കെ വെച്ചോളൂ എനിക്ക് പെട്ടി തരുന്നപ്പോ പെട്ടി സമ്മതിക്കൂല തോർന്നില്ല ഞാൻ വിചാരിച്ചു ഈ സ്കൂൾ ഡ്രസ്സും ചെരുപ്പും ബാഗും പാർക്കൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട് നാണ പറയാ നോമ്പെടുത്തില്ല ഒരു നോമ്പെടുക്കാൻ ഒരു നോമ്പെടുക്കൂല എന്തോ പറയാത്തോള് അല്ല അവളൊരു ഡോക്ടർ ഡോക്ടറെ പ്രിസ്ക്രിപ്ഷൻ പറഞ്ഞോ എന്തോ പറയട്ടെ ഞാന് തരാ പറയാ എനിക്ക് തോന്നോ ഓടാ തിരിച്ചു പോയില്ല
సార్ ఇప్పుడు వినపడుతుంది ఇప్పుడు వినపడుతుంది
ఏం చేస్తాడు నాకు అనవసరము అది రాకుండా చూసుకో ఈసారి వస్తే ఇంకా నేను మీకేది ఎక్కువ ఏం ఉండదు శ్రీకాకుళం నేను వేస్తాను
ఎప్పుడు వస్తారు సార్ అనంతపురం? రేపు కలుస్తాం. రేపు వస్తాను ఉంటాను. లేడు సార్, లేడు, ఆడే ఉన్నాడు. ఆదివారం వస్తాడని చెప్పినట్టు. రేపు కలుస్తాను సార్. ఓకే సార్. ఇక్కడ ఇది ఉండేకి వచ్చింది, బయట వేడిగా ఉంటే వచ్చి కూర్చున్నా.
Close the door. Sir, hello. Last one. Close the door. AC. Okay. Five. Five. ఏసీలో పెట్టి మరి మాత్రం
నరేంద్ర పీపీటీ ఇచ్చిన ఎవరికి పంపించారు
సార్ అది పెన్ డ్రైవ్ లో పంపించారు సార్.
పెన్ డ్రైవ్ లేదు
పెన్ డ్రైవ్ ఇస్తాం సార్. ఇది ఉంది మనకి పెన్ డ్రైవ్ పీపీటీ ల్యాప్టాప్ అందులో షేర్ చేస్తుంది. షేర్ చేసి దాన్ని కన్వర్ట్ వస్తారు. హరిగారు వస్తారు.
హరి నంబర్ సార్ సార్ గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ సార్ హలో హలో సార్ గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ వినపడుతుంది సార్ చెప్పండి అట్లా చేస్తున్నారా ఇప్పుడు లాంగ్వేజ్ ఒక లాంగ్వేజ్ అనుకుంటే మొత్తం 12 స్కూళ్ళు 12 24 24 మెంబర్స్ లో 12 మంది ఓకే సార్ అట్లే చేయండి సార్ ఏది చేసినా దట్ ఈస్ అవర్ విషయం ఎందుకంటే 24 మెంబర్స్ అవతల 12 మంది కూర్చోబెట్టిన వాళ్ళు పాడేస్తారు బెటర్ బెటర్ నడుస్తుంది ఎందుకు నడవదు సార్ యాక్చువల్గా అయితే అలాగని చేయాలి నాకు అర్థం అవుతుంది ఈ నాయలు 12 మంది యువతల 12 మంది అవుతుంటే గట్టిగానే వాదించుకుంటారు నాకు మొన్న నేను స్కూల్ లెవెల్లో చేసినప్పుడే ఆయుష్ సింగ్ అనే పిల్లడు రాంగ్ గా మాట్లాడుతున్నాడు నువ్వు రాంగ్ అని చెప్పేసి ఆ పిల్లలు మార్క్స్ తగ్గించాను మన 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 స్కూల్ పిల్లడే ఎకనామిక్స్ పిల్లడు ఆయుష్ సింగ్ అని వచ్చి పెట్టాడు వాడు కొంచెం రాంగ్ గా మాట్లాడాడు అంటే మాట్లాడారు వాడు వర్డింగ్స్ మార్క్స్ లో ఒక్కసారి ఉన్న ఊళ్ళో కాంటాక్ట్ చేస్తే ఓకే కంప్లీట్ చేశారు కదా అలాగే ఓకే కానిచ్చండి సార్ సార్ ఒక్కసారి ఊళ్ళో చేస్తే ఓకే సార్ ఆయన నాకు తెలిసి ఆ పిల్లలు క్యారీ చేస్తారు దీన్ని క్యారీ చేసి చేసినారని అడుగుతారు Saturday.
ఇంట్రొడక్షన్ మీరే కదా
లేదు
ఈ అబ్బాయా ఏం పెట్టింది పక్షి ఐడియా ఉంది మేమేమి మాట్లాడాలి
వెల్కమ్ టు ది సెకండ్ సెషన్.
లేదంటే పేపర్ ఆల్రెడీ పొద్దున్న ధనుష్తో ఉంది మార్నింగ్ ఎంసీ చేసింది అతని దగ్గర ఇప్పించుకొని ఏం చెప్పి
తింటున్నాడు
ధనుష్కి కొంచెం కాలేదు
సెకండ్ కానీ ఫోర్త్ పంపించేసాను ఎందుకు తీసుకోవడానికి ఇది ఫైల్ కదా వెళ్ళి పంపించేసి లేడీస్తో ఇంకోటి ఏంటంటే ఒక 3 పిన్ ప్లగ్ తెచ్చుకోకూడదా మీరు కొంచెం పంపించండి తెప్పించండి
మీరు మేము మెయింటైన్ చేస్తాం
మీరు కాబట్టి సాత్విక్ దాన్ని కూడా ఎంసీ రాసాను
నువ్వు ఎలా చేస్తా అంటే ఒక పెన్ను పేపర్ దగ్గర పెట్టుకుని మెయిన్ ఒక టాపిక్ గురించి వాళ్ళు ఏం చెప్తారు మెయిన్ కాన్సెప్ట్ అబ్జెక్ట్ చేసేటప్పుడు పెన్ పెట్టేసుకుని జస్ట్ దాని మీద ఫోకస్ చేస్తాను జస్ట్
అన్ని యూనివర్సిటీలోనూ నేర్చుకుంటున్నాను మురళీధర్ సార్ కూడా ద్రవిడ యూనివర్సిటీ కుప్పంకి వెళ్ళారు సేమ్ ఇదే టాపిక్ మీద చెప్తారు స్టార్ట్ పెట్టి యాడ్ చేశారా దాన్ని అది తీసుకొని ఒక్కొక్క పోస్ట్ నేను అక్కడ స్కాలర్ గా ఉన్నప్పుడు స్కాలర్ ముగ్గురు ఇదే కప్పు అందుకని నేను ఏం చేశాను స్టిక్ ఎక్కడ చేసి ఎక్కడ
Be confident.
Oh, Chennappa sir. Not it. Yeah, and particularly this 6 plus 9 months. Yeah, no, it has been increased now. 65. They're retired. I started welcoming. One day, tomorrow they will have to retire. We have 65 years. The same tent they have used for welcoming, congratulating them.
How much time? Krishna.
Good afternoon, respected chairpersons, faculty members, valued visitors, and dear students. A warm welcome to the technical session 2 of the two-day national seminar on roadmap to Visit Bharat at 2047, strategic insights in visualizing excellence in manufacturing sector organized by Department of Management, Central University of Andhra Pradesh. It is indeed an honor to have esteemed chairpersons and distinguished participants with us today. To begin, may I request you all to join me in welcoming our session's chairpersons. Chairperson, Lieutenant Dr. Ranganathan Gangineni, please have you on the stage for your valuable work. And I welcome the co-chair, Dr. And I will welcome the co-chair, Dr. Brajraj Mishra. Now I would like to welcome Ms. K. Meghna, BBA second semester, to introduce our chairperson, Lieutenant Dr. Ranganathan Gangineni.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce a truly accomplished scholar and educator, Dr. Ranganathan Gangineni, Associate Professor in School of Business Studies, Central University of Karnataka. Dr. Ranganathan's dedication to the fields of commerce and management is evident in his extensive and impactful career. Holding a PhD from Sri Krishnadevaraya University and qualified with UGC lectureship in both management and commerce. Dr. Ranganathan has consistently demonstrated academic excellence. His commitment to research is exemplified by his impressive publication record of 26 research papers, his esteemed national and international journals, and his active participation in over 50 conferences and workshops. Beyond his scholarly achievement, Dr. Ranganathan is a dedicated educator recognized by the Andhra Pradesh State Best Teacher Award in 2024. He possesses a deep understanding of specialized software like SPSS and MS Excel, and he is a collaborative educator known for his exceptional communication and interpersonal skills. His contribution extend to authorizing and editing numerous books, guiding PhD candidates, and leading significant research projects. He has also received a multiple boards of studies shaping academic curricula and standards. Today, we are honored to have Dr. Ranganathan share his expertise and insights with us. Thank you.
Now I would like to welcome Ms. Harika, MBA second semester, to introduce our chairperson, Dr. Brajraj Mishra.
We are honored to introduce Dr. Brajraj Mishra, an esteemed assistant professor in the Department of Economics at the Central University of Andhra Pradesh, to be our distinguished guest for the national seminar. Dr. Brajraj Mishra holds an extensive academic background with a BA in Economics from Rampur University, a MA in Economics from Utkal University, an MPhil from Salampur University, and a PhD from Center for Economics and Social Studies, Hyderabad. Additionally, his qualifications include an MBA in Finance from Pondicherry Central University and several prestigious certifications reflecting his diverse expertise in the field of economics. His academic interests lie in agriculture, labor markets, ecology, and rural development, with a research focus on agriculture and rural development, tribal welfare, forest governance, and sustainability. With teaching and research experience at several prominent institutions, Dr. Mishra has contributed significantly to various national and international conferences, authored research papers, and led numerous impactful research projects. Today, we are privileged to have Dr. Mishra with us, whose dedication to education, research, and development has shaped the economic landscapes in the field of economics and social sciences. We look forward to the valuable insights and knowledge he will share with us during this time.
We are also privileged to have the following individuals contributing to the smooth conduct of the session. Faculty in charge, Dr. P.R. Manasa, Rapporteur, Dr. K. Nagarjuna. Let us extend our appreciation to them. To set the context, may I now request Mr. Akshay, MBA second semester, to provide an insightful introduction to the theme of our session.
Good afternoon to one and all. Respected dignitaries, estimates, speakers, and the participants. I extend a warm welcome to each one of these national seminars, which is for 2047, where we come to discuss and shape the vision developed by the year 2047. As we move to the first theme, the responsibility production and environmental sustainability are fundamental pillars of achieving long-term growth and development. In the era of rapid industrialization, the increasing environmental changes, it's a crucial that a business and industry out of traffic not only foster economic growth but also ensure the protection and prevention of our planet. Sustainability production, whether the efficiency, resources use, and minimizing waste of essential for greenery. Further, as we move towards Fixed Bharat 2047, it is imperative that we integrated sustainability into the every facet of production, making it responsibility we all share that well-being future generations. Connect to the heart of energy, the second thing, policy reforms and compliance. Our key is creating an efficient and transparent governance system as India progress towards becoming a fixed creating efficient, transparent governance system as India progress towards becoming a fixed government by 2047. It is crucial to implement reforms that only encourage economic growth but also ensure fair practices, sustainability, and ethical standards. Thank you. Thank you for all being part of today's seminar. We are excited to begin our seminar.
Thank you, Mr. Akshay. With that, I now humbly invite our chairpersons to enlighten us with your valuable insights and to decide our decision. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon to one and all. Post lunch, there is no noise and voice. There is no noise as well as voice. Good afternoon to one and all. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you. How many students have seen me earlier? Just raise your hand. Oh. Okay, good. Not why was it? Coming to the topic, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University of Andhra Pradesh, Professor S.A. Kori Garu, in absentia. Registrar, Professor Sila Reddy Madam, in charge. Dean, Dean Student Welfare, Professor Ram Reddy Garu, and the heads of the departments of the various departments of the university, particularly the head of the Department of Management and Commerce, those who are acting as a convener and co-convener of this prestigious national seminar, and my dear students, and participants from the various institutions across the nation. Good afternoon to one and all. Thank you, my dear student, for your kind words. You have introduced me nicely to the audience. The topic, as we all know, we are hearing from last 3 years, Vikasit Bharat 2047. Before getting into Vikasit Bharat 2047, if you remember well, from 2014 onwards, we are hearing a lot of new schemes which were introduced by the government of India under the leadership of the Sri Narendra Modi. If you remember, there are a lot of schemes: Make in India, Vibrant India, Startup India, Stand Up India. Like this, there are a lot of schemes introduced in the last 10 years. And last 3 years back, the government of India announced Vikasit Bharat 2047. Why it is the necessity of announcing this? If you think like that, from last 80 years, from last 70 years after getting independence, we are trying to become as a developed country, but it is keep on postponing. And by 2047, we are going to celebrate 100th Independence India celebrations. At least by the time the people of India, we are going to say proudly that we are the nation, that is, we are among the developed countries. That we can say proudly. For that, we need to work from now onwards very seriously. What are the things which we are lacking? Having experience of 80 years of independence India, what, where we are lacking exactly? That we have to identify, and in each and every area to be concentrated, to be motivated the people, and to bring all the people inclusively and work, make them to work towards the direction of the developed nation. In that context, Narendra Modi ji, when he was announcing this scheme, he has mentioned the 4 pillars of the Vikasat Bharat 2047. What are the 4 pillars? Anybody can? Students, because you need to interact. After post lunch, it is difficult to listen. So I am putting across to you. What are the 4 pillars of Vikasat Bharat 2047? Anyone? Open to the students. It is audible, no issue. Even if you don't have mic, also you can tell anyone. Last benches. What are the 4 pillars of the Vikasat Bharat 2047? If you do not know the 4 pillars of Vikasat Bharat, then there is no meaning of organizing such a wonderful theme of the national seminar. Okay. Anyone, at least one pillar, because in the morning, yeah. Okay, that is the one driving force of the mission Vikasat Bharat. I am talking about the 4 pillars of the Vikasat Bharat 2047. In the morning, when the professor was referring in his keynote address, he was referred one pillar of the Vikasat Bharat. Please. Yeah.
Farmers.
Exactly. Then he opened rightly, he said rightly, and now definitely the remaining 3 audience can know that is one. Poor, very good. Farmers, poor, youth and women. Very good, very good. That's what I expected from the students. See, now when you look into the 4 pillars of the Vikasat Bharat 2047, that is women, farmers, youth, poor. Why these 4 areas are going to be the 4 pillars of the Vikasat Bharat? What is the necessity to identify these 4 concepts as the pillars of the Vikasat Bharat? Coming to the women. See, when you look into the workforce, as you have not experienced workforce, I will talk about your classroom. As and when you go to the any class, from your first class to PG, KG to PG, as and when whichever the class, if it is a co-education, definitely the girl number is less and boys number is more. As rightly pointed by the Prime Minister, I want to see by 2047 being a developed nation, the 70% of the women should be involved into the workforce. That is his vision as per the Vikasat Bharat 2047. So that means we wanted to encourage the women to undergo the formal education. After the formal education, nowadays everybody encouraging the girls to go for the studies, but not encouraging much to go for work. We are not encouraging them to work. So instead of that, encourage the women also to work and make them to come under workforce so that 70% of women should be come into the workforce. That is the target given by the as per the documentary evidence, the documentary support to the Vikasat Bharat 2047. Then coming to the poor, there are various schemes introduced by the government of India from since 1947 onwards to eradicate the poverty, to create employment, to generate income, to abolish the regional imbalances. For all these things, government of India is introducing many schemes as and when it is necessary. As and when the government changes, there are different types of schemes are introducing. even though the poor is persistently creating problem to the Indian economy. What to be done with the poor? How to eliminate this poor? What to be done? For all these things, there is a document plan is mentioned properly according to that. Because in Bharat, it is the responsibility of the each and every citizen to bring everyone under the umbrella of the financial inclusion. We were talking about from last since 20 years regarding financial inclusion. Everyone should have a bank account. Everyone should be able to get the financial facilities or financial provisions provided by the government. But there are some people they are not getting these schemes benefits. They are out of the schemes. Now we are talking about further proceeding and talking about digital financial inclusion. But even though some people are not comes under the umbrella of financial inclusion. So because of that reason, there are some people are facing the poor. We have to eliminate that poor and then make them to rich. Income distribution must be properly done so that the poor can be avoided, employment generation can be created. Through that, poor can be eliminated. If poor is eliminated, then only it is possible to become as a developed nation. Then coming to the youth. Youth is the superpower. You are the people, you have to make it India as a developed nation instead of developing country. What you need to do as a youth, what you have to do. Is the youth is the driving force of the Vikasit Bharat? Do you agree with that? Is anybody, do you agree with this? Is the youth is the driving force of the Vikasit Bharat? Are you agree? Yes. If so, what to be done as a youth? Anyone? If so, then you have to tell me the answer. What is to be done? At least you can respond, no? What is to be done as a youth to realize the Viksit Bharat? Anyone? Start, yeah, please.
Practical implementation of the skills gained throughout the years.
Yeah, practical skills implementation. What exactly you gain in an ecosystem where you study well? Yeah, that is one good suggestion. Adding to his point, anyone? You are the workforce. You are really going to be the youth. You need to contribute a lot. You are going to create a value addition by creating some creativity and innovation. Instead of sitting and spending a lot of time with your electronic gadgets by just simply moving social media, seeing reels and this and that. Instead of that, if you think really differently, if you do things differently and thinking differently, definitely that is going to create a value and you are going to generate a value addition to the nation. So, for elimination of poor, for bringing women into the workforce, for guiding the farmers, for each and every pillar, the youth is the main pillar for the remaining three pillars. Because you are having a formal education in the education system, education ecosystem, you can go back, you can explain to the farmers where you are coming from. Even if you are coming from urban, you can study well, you can have an idea of what is the Israel is following in agriculture, that you can explain to some people so that they will get benefit out of that schemes. You have a more responsibility to make the realization to the poor, women and farmers. These three pillars is on your shoulders because that is the reason why in my context, among the four pillars, youth is the main pillar to perform the remaining three pillars. In that context, do you think of how much responsibility are you carrying? You are carrying a lot of responsibility. Hence, it is the mandatory to the youth to think legally, technically, logically, and work towards the direction or towards the objective. With these four pillars, just I want to take you further. Related to the topic which allotted to this technical session 2. The technical session 2 consisting of number 2 and number 4. Exactly what I am saying is correct, I hope. The number 2 point is responsible production and sustainability. And number 4th point is theme, 8 themes. The fourth theme is policy, reforms, and government compliance, regulatory compliance. This is the second and fourth objectives are going to delve in this technical session too. Yeah, this, if you see, working towards becoming Vikasit Bharat by 2047, that four pillars come to work. Why you need to work? That's what, why you, these four pillars are more important, because for the economic growth, social equity, and environmental sustainability. We talked about economic growth and social equity, but we did not touch upon the environmental sustainability. This is more important. Wherever the country, if you take an example of developed nations in Europe, all the developed nations, they are not following the sustainable environment practices. They are avoiding the sustainable environment practices and they are producing products with the mode of getting profits. They are not bothering about this environment society. That economic powerhouse is not useful to the society, because whatever the environment which gives us, that is to be given to the next generations. We are not the persons, we don't have the right to pollute and spoil the environment. We have to give that environment to the coming generation. That is our responsibility. Responsible production and sustainability must be at the core of this development. Wherever the development it happens, not with the cost of carbon footprints, not at the cost of eco-friendly systems, not at the cost of pollution of the polluting the environment. By protecting all these things, you have to go for the production and sustainability. Responsible production. Mahatma Gandhi rightly pointed regarding responsible production and connecting to the Mahatma Gandhi statement, the earth provides enough to satisfy every man's needs, but not every man's greeds. Earth is giving so much. Whatever you want to extract from that, whatever your needs you can satisfy with that, but not for your greeds. In this context, I am may right, may not right. I am before standing the economics professors. There is an economic subject which is coming up nowadays, widow economics. Widow economics and widow economics. There are two coins which are coming newly. So Mahatma Gandhi rightly pointed, all the resources are meant for to satisfy your needs, but not the greed. But people are working for the greed, but not for the needs. Because of that reason, the poor becomes more poor and richer become more rich. Because of this reason, we are not following the what Mahatma Gandhi said. And then environmental sustainability. Abdul Kalam ji, APJ Abdul Kalam ji mentioned, we have not inherited this earth from our ancestors. We have borrowed from our children. Say, for example, our ancestors are there. We are getting all properties from them. As per the inheritance, we are receiving their properties from our ancestors. But rightly pointed by the Abdul Kalam, we are not inherited this earth from our ancestors. We are borrowed from our next to us. Who is that? Our children. That means when you borrowed it, what is your responsibility? You have to give it back to whom? Whom should you borrow? You borrowed from your children. Then you have to give it back to him. So for that reason, what we need to do is we have to act as a very responsible. We have to be responsible towards the earth, towards the environment, towards the resources, towards the assets. Even if you are in the campus, wherever you are, whether you are in the classroom or you are in the hostel or wherever in the town or wherever you live, but you have to take care of the environment and the surroundings to you. That is your responsibility. That is exactly clearly mentioned with some statement the great Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam ji. Based on that, you can understand what is the importance of the environmental sustainability when you are conducting the manufacturing sector. You might be encouraging manufacturing sector for getting more profits to become a developed nation, but at the same time have to concentrate environmental sustainability. And technology innovation, Albert Einstein said, we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. So it is olden days, something you have created, but the same solution is not going to work to the present problems. As per the mathematics, there is a one formula, any formula which cannot be changed. A plus B whole square is always same. But whereas it comes to the management, it is always depending upon your situation. That's what we refer contingency approach. You need to change your problem or your whatever it may be, depending upon the problem or depending upon the situation, you have to change. That's what Albert Einstein said. When you are changing it, then you are coming out with some innovation and creativity. So he has connected with this technology and innovation by giving this statement. In this context, when we are using the technology must be green technology. It is not going to create harm to the environment. That's called as green technology. We generally heard about technology much, but not about green technology. That's where we have to recollect and memorize the Einstein statement or words given by the Einstein circular economy models. That means waste usage. Nowadays, some states are creating power generation through the waste. That's what waste management. They are generating the power by utilizing the waste. So morning also referred our Professor Rajshekar sir, whenever they deliver some Swiggy or no, not Swiggy, Flipkart, Amazon, whenever they deliver the goods, they are asking back now the package items and they take back the package items. The same package items will be used for the next packages so that the waste can be reduced. That's what an idea come out by the Amazon, Flipkart. These are all new ideas as per the green technology. Nation Solar Mission, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, Extended Producer Responsibility, Green India Missions. These are the different schemes conducted by the initiated by the India for protecting the environment towards Vikasit Bharat. Once upon a time, Dalai Lama said, it's our collective and individual responsibility to preserve and tend to the world. It is our collective responsibility. We need to have to protect and preserve and to pass it to the next generations. That's what then only we will transform and we will work towards the Vikasit Bharat. Policy reforms and governments. What is that? Policy reforms. Another point. What is that? Government complaints. That's what. See, always we are talking about everything is good, policy is good, we will work. What is to be done? Government is not doing anything. We have to work. Government is saying something and they are not working. That is not correct. The policy reforms are there, government regulations are there, government complaints are there. As per the legal procedures, we have to work and we have to act accordingly. Ensure transparency, efficiency, and accountability. Each and every individual must be worked efficiently, accountability, and transparency. Most of the time in India, we come across the word corruption. This corruption should be made it with more transparency so that the corruption can be reduced and the people can work efficiently and effectively without red tapeism. If you observe in government institutions, most of the government institutions, red tapeism, corruption, you can observe. You can observe many times, but that can be avoided. Otherwise, the farmers will get very difficulty. Any farmer, any poor fellow, generally they wanted to visit the MRO office, MPO office, all government organizations. Whenever they go, they are facing the problem of corruption and efficiency, accountability. You don't find. If even if the office opened by 10 o'clock, the office people will come in MRO office by 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and they are demanding for money. In that context, what happens? The farmer will lose their confidence in the government, and because of that reason, they are not going to work satisfactorily. Hence, it is the necessary to create government regular complaints and policy reforms must be done well. In that context, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar mentioned good governance is not about making empty promises but delivering results. If you observe this statement, you can connect with the budget. Have you observed 24, 25, 25, 26 budgets? What exactly you found from the budgets? Whatever the schemes introduced by the government, clearly you can observe the allotment of funds properly for each and every aspect. Now we are talking about manufacturing sector. The manufacturing sector main engine is MSMEs. MSMEs have given much importance to the Atmanirbhar Bharat as well as budget 24-25, and it is continued again in 25-26 also. The turnover and even definition of the MSME has been changed in 25-26 budget for the MSMEs. That means what I can absorb from both the budgets from the last two budgets, there is a continuity. That means whatever the schemes introduced by the government of India, every scheme is supported with the sufficient allocation of funds for each and every scheme. That we can observe. That is the reason Ambedkar clearly mentioned, rightly mentioned that good governance means is not just about making empty promises but delivering results. It is always say, for example, youth will be given much importance. For that reason only, Government of India decided to establish a skill universities, skill centers to upskill the students, creating some employment opportunities. For that reason, the NEP document has envisaged. As per the NEP document, the students must be given more vocational courses along with the traditional courses. There might be employment opportunities will be given, happen much more. Need for policy reforms. What is the need for policy reforms? The need for ease of doing business, economic growth and employment, social equity and justice, technological innovation, environmental regulations. These are the main backdrop for the policy reforms. Because most of the entrepreneurs, whoever coming from abroad or within the India, it is very difficult to them to get through the different sections to get approval to start a business enterprise. For that reason, the government of India has introduced ease of doing business with that window. If you apply within a 14 days, your application will get cleared, and then after 14 days, you are eligible to start your enterprise. That is the system which has been established. Like that, economic growth, employment, and then social equity, justice, technological innovations, and environmental regulations. These are the points which are needed to have a policy reforms based upon these economic and business reforms. That is the regulatory reforms. These are economic business reforms. GST and taxation simplifications. Simplification. If you observe last tax structure, it was 8 lakhs exempted for individual tax. But the present, what is the tax exemption? 12 lakhs. 12 lakhs rupees is exempted now. Why it is happened? Because the government of India is going to lose the income. Why they do so? What is the reason? Encouraging consumption. Because somebody is getting 1 lakh rupees per month, they are not middle class, they are okay. But government, what they have done it till 12 lakhs, the exemption has given. Government is not interested to collect the tax from the people. This budget. Why? What is the reason? If you observe in economics, I did not remember the author name in economics. One author says, why do you want to increase salaries? There is a discussion going on. Some author said it is better to enhance the salaries for the people. And another person says, no need to increase the salaries. This is the two controversial issues. But if you increase the salaries, then automatically the spending habit will increase, consumption will increase, then automatically all the factors of production will get employment, so that the transforming the country from the developing nation to the developed country. That is an idea. That is the reason government of India simplified the tax structure, and the tax exemption is also given. When I joined newly in the service, it was 13-14 years back. We used to pay tax in the beginning itself almost 50,000-60,000 rupees per year. But this year, if somebody is going to join as an assistant professor in the university or in a college, they are going to draw almost 1 lakh rupees, more than plus or minus 5,000, 1 lakh rupees. That means the income is going to be 12 lakhs. Even though they are not comes under tax structure, they are exempted from the tax. That means indirectly encouraging the people to spend much, so that the employability for the factors of production can be enhanced. Through that, it is going to be circular economy, and then leads to development to be developed. And then production linked incentive schemes also announced by the government of India to encourage the MSMEs. FDI liberalization. If you observe in FDI, foreign direct investment liberalized. Earlier it is limited 50%. Now it is increased to 70% because the reason is government of India is very positive towards welcoming the foreign direct investment into the various sectors of the Indian government. A developed India must be self-reliant. Always any country, if it is a developed, that must be self-reliant. That means you have to stand on your own legs. You are not supposed to depend on the others. That's what the government of India is announced when it was in the COVID time. Government announced Atmanirbhar Bharat. Atmanirbhar Bharat means it's a self-reliant India, as rightly pointed by the APJ Abdul Kalam ji. A developed nation or a developed India must be a self-reliant. That means you have to stand on your legs. You are not supposed to get more imports. You are supposed to get more exports, so that you are going to be a self-reliant. I hope this is the last social and educational reforms. If you observe in social and educational reforms, the major reform is national education policy. This national education policy has revamped our education system. The earlier education policy is 1986. 86 to till now, there is no education policy at all. The government of India rightly thought of and took initiative to introduce the national education policy. As per that, not only the traditional education but also the technical education and vocational education has been introduced to create employment to the youth. And Digital India initiatives, you know very well, there are various schemes under the Digital India initiatives have introduced women and youth empowerment. That's what I have given clear explanation in the beginning of the lecture itself. That's what the four pillars of the Vikasit Bharat. Why these social and educational reforms are very, very important. If you remember the statement given by the Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. You can put it in a different manner. If somebody is poor in your village, or you take an example, we ourselves as a poor, we born in a poor family, you brought up, you came to CUAP, you studied well, you scored well, you excelled over here, and then afterwards you got a very good job outside. And then what happened? You are transforming from vicious circle to virtuous circle because of education. Because of the ecosystem which has been developed by the government, through the ecosystem which is emerged in India, with this education system, you born as a poor, you born in a vicious circle. Because of education, you have been transformed your whole family from vicious circle to virtuous circle. That is the power of the education. If you well educated, if you properly educated in the institutes like CUAP, then the poor will be born as a poor but died as a rich. I am sure that will be happen with the education. Governance and compliance. Mahatma Gandhi again said, if you do nothing, there will be no results. See, sometime we used to refer, do something better than nothing. Always do something. Don't do nonsense in the campus. Do something better than keeping nothing. So try to work something. At least you have a lot of ideas at this age. Work seriously, with joyfully with your friends. Definitely you want to come out with different ideas that may be useful to the value creation, value addition to the institute as well as to you. In that context, the government and governance and compliance says some of the rules regarding SEBI regulations and corporate governance. There are so many corporate failures happen. If you observe developed countries like Lehman Brothers, subprime in America, there are a lot of problems faced by the America. There were, I have observed from 2005 to till now, 3 times USA has faced with recession. But government of India, Indian banking system, Indian economy is not got into any influence of that recession conditions. Because what is the reason? The reason is our banking system is so strong. We are following commercial banking system, whereas USA follows investment banking system. That is the main failure for them. So then, data protection laws, judicial and anti-corruption reforms, all these are protecting the data and protecting the safety and security of the customers and investors and at large public. Impact of reforms, investor confidence will increase. What are the These reforms, what they do, the reforms will increase the investor confidence. Why? If the confidence of the investor increases, what is happening? What is the reason? What it is useful? It will be useful to making more investment, converting their savings into investment, and global competitiveness will increase. That means people coming from abroad to invest over here, it is going to more, and then creating more employment. And because the country is a more labor intensive country, not a capital intensive country, it is always attracting capital from the outside so that India can become capital intensive as well as labor intensive. And the sustainable development. We are talking about sustainable development. If you observe Sadhguru from Coimbatore, Swamiji took initiative. Almost more than 100 countries he visited with the one slogan. What is that slogan? Save soil and save water. He took initiative because of this sustainable development. Wherever the development without causing harm to the environment, that does not mean it is a development. It is no use of development. Always protect environment and go green and have a development that is called as a sustainable development that is going to be good for the future generations also. Finally, improved quality life. This is also happens when the reforms are impact the road ahead. And finally, based upon these various schemes introduced by the government of India at the time of Vikasit Bharat, finally, our Honorable Prime Minister G. Sri Narendra Modi ji mentioned reform, perform, and transform the resilient India. That's what the mantra of the new India that is referred by the PM Narendra Modi ji. So, government has initiated the reform, but who has to perform? We have to perform. That we have to realize. And when we perform well, and automatically the India can transform as developed nation. That is the mantra of Narendra Modi ji based upon the existing literature. Whatever they discussed in Vikasit Bharat, these are all referred by the earlier people, Dalai Lama, APJ Abdul Kalam, Ambedkar ji, and Mahatma Gandhi ji. They said many times all these things. Again, based on that, our Modi ji put it in a different manner. Reform, perform, and transform is the mantra of the new India to transform developing nation into developed nation. That is about this technical session. This is the base talk for the further presenters. Thank you. I welcome the presenters one by one. I hope all members are there in the presentation of this technical session too. Just I will read out the all members' names. What I need is, what I want is from you. How that will, just I will read out the names. If you are here, just raise your hand. Mr. Venkateshwarlu Sesapati Safi. Safi. Yeah. You are presenting. Abhishek Reddy. Yes. Dasari Ramakant. Kavya Suresh. First of all, second author is Sana Khadeja. Sana. Yeah. Rahul Singh. Sauri Babu. Tanusri. So Sudhakar Naik. Sudhakar Naik. Harika. Sandeep Kumar. Sandeep Kumar. Karamala Girwani. Anita Bhavani. Yeah. Vishwas. Vajra. So total 12 members are there in this session. The time, madam, till 12, till 5 o'clock. Madam, what is the time? 5. Now it is 3:45. Now time is 3:45. Each and every presenter will be given 7 minutes time. Please restrict the time to be given to you and try to finish off in a given time. Please cooperate with us. Thank you. And now I call upon the first person. The title of the paper is Environmental, Social and Governance Metrics for Indian Manufacturers.
Wait for the class to do. Please come. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is V.S. Satvik. I am studying MBA from Central University of Andhra Pradesh. So my topic for today is ESG metrics for Indian manufacturers, which means environmental, social, and government metrics for Indian manufacturers. So for the Viksit Bharat 2047. So let us now see how ESG metrics is influencing the industry and what does the future hold for the same. Yeah. As we all know, ESG stands for environmental, social, and government factors. In the recent years, there has been a significant rise in the global and investor interest in the ESG companies. So investors are prioritizing companies which focus on sustainability and ethical governance. So studies of Mr. Gupta and Sharma regarding the article which was published in 2023 suggest that Indian firms lack in ESG compliance due to limited investor awareness. Whereas another article by Mr. Kumar and Rao examines the ESG decline trends among the Indian manufacturing firms, finding that only 40% of the companies fully disclose their ESG risks. So what does this do? So it causes a major impact on the Indian industries which are focusing on becoming ESG compliant industries. So regulatory bodies like SEBI, which is the Security and Exchange Board of India, RBI, which is the Reserve Bank of India, and MCA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, are also pushing companies to initiate ESG principles into their business models. So next we move on to the ESG trends and regulatory framework in India, which is supported by three major factors, that is the SEBI, SEBI, RBI, and the MCA. So moving on to SEBI's business responsibility and sustainability report, it actually makes ESG reporting mandatory for all the top organizations which are following and implementing ESG. So the next one is the National Guidelines on Responsible Business Conduct, the NGRBC report. This serves as a framework for responsible business behavior for the Indian companies. Next one is the RBI's framework for green financing and sustainable banking. That means RBI green financing promotes investors to invest in sustainable businesses, encouraging banks to support eco-friendly projects. So these regulations are actually shaping how businesses operate. So according to an article referred by Mr. Agarwal, which actually discussed the regulatory challenges that the manufacturing industries face under the SEBI's BRSR's framework. So these studies indicate that while ESG is important, it also remains that they have significant gaps, and we need to see that we need to acknowledge that there are gaps and work upon that. So the next one are the impacts of ESG metrics on the Indian manufacturers. So there are three major impacts that the Indian manufacturers face for achieving UX Plus 2047, which are the financial performance, risk management, and the competitive advantages. So for the financial advancements, uh, we see that companies with strong ESG policies attracts investors globally, so which improves profitabilities for the company and enhance their brand value. So next comes to the risk management. Risk management says that ESG reduces exposure to regulatory fines, so and supply chain disruptions. And next we come to the competitive advantage. So in the competitive advantage, business adopting ESG build consumer trust, improve global rankings, and secure long-term sustainabilities. So in short, ESG is actually no longer choice, but a strategic necessity or a strategic plan for the Indian startups. Next challenges. Yeah. The next slide is challenges and opportunities in the ESG implementation. So there are, of course, every implementation has the checks and balances. So for this, there are three major challenges and three major opportunities which I have searched. Challenges are the high compliance costs for the MSMEs. So normally MSMEs have a very weak finance to start their own companies. So that is one of the challenge. Next challenge is lack of standardization. That means the different ESG reporting frameworks create confusion among the MSMEs. And the last one is the limited awareness. So many companies still do not understand the long-term benefits of the ESG compliance. However, there are few exciting opportunities which are the government incentives and tax benefits which encourage ESG adoption, investor support for sustainable firms and their growth. And the next, for the Indian manufacturers, overcoming these challenges will unlock their immense potential in the future. Next one, regarding the case studies. So there are three major case studies here. So let's look on to some of the major Indian companies which focus on these things. One is the Tata Motors, second is the ITC Limited, third is Infosys. Tata Motors, from since past few years, have been focusing on the EV production and their carbon neutrality goal. ITC Limited have been focusing on the water conservation and their plastic neutrality. And Infosys, since 2020, have been focusing on their 100% renewable energy. So while coming to the conclusion, ESG is not just a trend; it is a business necessity, and manufacturers must adopt for the ESG for sustainability. Future outlook for the ESG on Indian manufacturers is for the green finance and carbon neutrality goals which Tata Motors follows, and call for the standardized ESG reporting in India, which many of the MSMEs don't do. Thank you.
Small announcement. The question and answers at the end we will have it. Now the second presenter is going to come.
Please call the second presenter of this day, the political economy of manufacturing, how the federalism shapes industrial growth in India. My request is please focus on your analysis part or your discussion part. So discuss more than introduction part because the time is very short now. Okay.
Very good afternoon to one and all, and I first of all I thank for giving me the opportunity to join the panel. I am Abhishek, I'm a PhD scholar in political science department from our university itself. My topic is political economy of manufacturing, how federalism shapes industrial growth. So, first of all, we have to understand the title. Political economy means how political decision structures or institutions impact economy. So here I concentrated on manufacturing. That too, how federation means it's a relation between a center and state. How this relation can impact manufacturing in India. That is the concept. So, in order, the object of the study is to explore the impacts of federalism on manufacturing in different states. So, there are two key aspects in this study that we have to understand. First one is fiscal federalism. Second one is inter-state competition. When we talk about fiscal federalism, it's the relation how the center can impact the states. Uh, for example, we can discuss tax devolution, central sponsored schemes or GST, how it works. If we talk about tax devolution, it is already clearly defined in the constitution that finance commission will decide how much tax will be devolved. And the central sponsored schemes, like to take production linked incentive scheme, the states which are the companies which are producing more products year by year, they'll get 4 to 6% of subsidy on these products. So the states which are already having advantages of proper infrastructure and industrial growth, they will get more PLI subsidies that are offered by the central government compared to the states like Jharkhand, Bihar, which are the backward states, economically backward. And GST also. Right now, most of the industrially advanced states, before they were getting more taxes, like whenever goods are imported or exported into the state borders, they have to get entry tax, off-reach, and several other taxes. But right now, because of the GST, most of the states, economically advanced states, are losing their income. So this is how in fiscal federalism, central government can impact the state government. Coming to interstate competition, uh, different because in federal system, coming to the fiscal federalism, states and central governments both, these government can take policy decisions. So due to the decisions taken by the states, there can be difference in manufacturing growth. In interstate competition, to attract the investors, different states have different strategies. Uh, uh, Different rules exist in different states. Based on that, also the industrial growth can be impacted. What comes under the interstate competition is land acquisition, labor laws, and infrastructure. Some states are having strict land acquisition policies, and some states are having more simplified land acquisition policies. If we take Gujarat, Gujarat is having this land bank. This is a robust system. Land bank means already the government is the government land which is under the government control is cleared for all the business related uh, establishments. If you take Bihar and Jharkhand, here the land acquisition is really difficult for private entities because the land titles are not clearly on one person's name. There are legal issues when it comes to land acquisition. And the labor laws also, some states are having simple or the laws which are in favor of the corporates. So the companies always prefer where they can easily establish, their units and they can operate. Infrastructure also one of the major factors. If you take Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, or Telangana, all these states are having robust infrastructure. Taken the roads, railways, uh, other facilities which are essential for any industry to run. So states which are having these facilities, they are advanced, and the other backward states they're still struggling to have this infrastructure capability. So taking all these factors, I have done a case study on Gujarat and Bihar. What I found is the practices that Gujarat it has adopted are having a significant impact on its economic growth. And at the same time, Bihar, the practices which Bihar has adopted, it's not intentionally, but because of its historical background, it is lagging behind other states. You know, so in the entire 100% manufacturing output of India, 18% comes from the Gujarat, and it's less than 1% from the Bihar. Um, Okay, due to constraint time, I'll actually come to the conclusions. So, in order to improve the situation in India, what we have to follow, the policy recommendations are target. We have to target Fiscal transfers, direct fiscal transfers. For example, in finance commission itself, when devolving the funds, it has to identify the states which are lagging behind in the infrastructure, sorry, industrial growth. That a direct money transfer should be there to these states, and we have to enhance ease of doing business. Gujarat is the first state which has in 2003, which has not in 2000, I'm not sure about the rate, which has implemented the single window system for companies. They can take all the licenses and fine. And finally, there should be proper infrastructure investment in the states that are lagging behind this industrial growth. And we have to reform labor laws. There should be a uniform labor code at the central level and flexibility at the state level. So these are the recommendations I provide. Thank you.
The next presenter is Mr. Desai Ravikant. Sir, breaking barriers, how AI is utilized in fraud detection. Please keep 5 minutes, then we can go for some more.
A very good afternoon to the honorable session chairpersons, faculty members, and student friends. Myself, Ramakant Lasri. I'm pursuing my PhD from the Department of Commerce and Business Administration, Acharya Nagarjuna University. Today, I'm standing here to give a brief review of my research on title as Breaking Barriers: How Artificial Intelligence is Revolutionizing Fraud Detection in Digital Payments. Where the digital payments are being is in the now the digital era, all the businesses are being digitalizing and all the processes are being digitalizing and paperless activities are being increasing. And also a large amount of fintech and the different automation process has been made all the process into towards digital payments. So the growing adoption of cellular wallets, e-commerce, and virtual banking has notably increased the extent of online transactions, which these technologies have delivered the comfort. They have additionally empowered each clients and agencies. So when the activities have been going towards digital, the frauds and the problems in the digital are also being increased the same rapidly. Further, so, so why AI? Benefits of AI in fraud prevention. Automation of fraud detection processes and valuable insights and reports. And AI can enable us for vast data analysis in real time. Continuous learning and adoption can be made when we incorporate the AI, where the proactive decision of suspicious behaviors can be identified and dynamic algorithm adjustments can be made. So this particular paper has been focused on these objectives where to understand the role of digital payments growth in India and to explore the fraud detection in digital payments and to assess the role of AI in the fraud detection, for which I have gone through a literature review regarding these, and these are the few previous researchers in the year from the year 2015 to 23, where in their research they presented that the detection rate was 65% in 2015, and as of the year 2023, it was increased to 92%, and where the positives have also been reduced, and there has been fluctuation in them, and the accuracy and the impact of loss are these are based on those previous research. So then, the research methodology so here the fraud detection rate, false positive rate, transaction processing time, fraud loss prevention, model accuracy, adaptability to new fraud patterns. These are the variables which were studied in this particular research, and this has been done towards the focus group interview to the persons who have the AI knowledge and who have been working on the AI regarding this payment developing stage. So, as per their responses and their experiences, we found out that before incorporating AI, the fraud detection rate was around 70%, and it has been increased to 95% when the applicability of AI has been done. In the same way, the false positive, where we have below the fake payments or the fake records like that, it has been reduced to 5%, and the transaction processing time is also reduced to 2 seconds. Whereas fraud loss prevention has been increased to 90% accuracy. Whereas the model accuracies, when they incorporated AI principles in their models in their algorithms, their accuracy has been mostly towards 98%. So, like this, their experience has been shared with us, and three core AI technologies were the persons who were involved in this particular interview are the persons who are with the machine learning, see 50 people, and the one who are incorporating the neural networking towards the prediction analysis, 30%, and natural language processing about 20%. So based on this, the AI driven fraud detection in digital payments can be enhancing the real-time monitoring and response. Cost effectiveness is very less, and it has been enabled them to easily detect the frauds. And then the data privacy and security challenges can be met towards the utmost respect. And the role of AI in personalized fraud detect prevention has been enable the transaction behavior and broaden the customized fraud detection. So whenever the AI models has been differentiated the legitimate and fraudulent transactions extract correctly. So for this, I can conclude that artificial intelligence is largely remodeling fraud detection in digital bills, offering an advanced and proactive technique to enhance protection. So majorly in my previous research, I have been thought about the blockchain technology in payments, whereas the blockchain technology has their major role in these crypto currencies and aspects. And the applicability of these like machine learning and neural networking are being enabling to identify the fake bills, and the fraud prevention has been very much based on this current research. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
The fourth presenter is from Sustainable Transformation in Indian Manufacturing.
Kavya Suresh and Sanat Kadike. Sustainable transformation in Indian manufacturing, opportunities and challenges in eco-friendly practices.
Please keep the introduction part from the other.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kavya. I'm Sarah Khadija. We are from the Department of Management, Central University of Andhra Pradesh. Today, we will discuss sustainable transformation in Indian manufacturing, opportunities and challenges in eco-friendly practices. The study mainly focuses on two objectives: to discuss the benefits and challenges of green manufacturing and sustainability. The other one is to identify the best practices and technologies in implementing green manufacturing and sustainability in the manufacturing sector. For implementing green manufacturing in manufacturing sector, they have some benefits. First one is environmental impact reduction. Through the implementation of sustainable practices and the waste reduction, the company is able to minimize the environmental footprint and maintain the eco-friendly future. The next one is cost savings. The company has to reduce the production cost by reducing the energy consumption, minimizing waste, and using eco-friendly materials for production. And it's also increasing the profitability. And next one is enhanced brand image. Company has to adapt green practices for attracting the eco-conscious consumers. So this helps to the companies to grow a brand image and reputation by showing its commitment to protecting the environment. The next one is regulatory compliance. Every company should follow the environmental law regulations. It reduces the risk of fine and the legal problems. The next one is employee well-being and safety. Green manufacturing promotes healthier and safer working environment for the all employees. Apart from this, there are certain challenges. The first challenge is high initial investment. Implementing green technologies requires significant capital investments, which include energy efficient machinery, sustainable materials, and facility upgrades. The next one is technological innovation. Integration of green technologies in manufacturing with Industry 4.0 technologies like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and robotics may be challenging and it requires high investment in the R&D department. The next one is supply chain constraints. Eco-friendly materials are highly priced and it is difficult to find the supplies of those products, those materials. The next one is knowledge and skill gap. To manage the green technology effectively, the employees require specialized knowledge and skill and also training is required. It is again an cost-consuming process. The next one is market uncertainty. Shifting to eco-friendly products may face resistance from price-sensitive consumers. Also, it is hard to predict the future demands. Moreover, these benefits and challenges within manufacturing have complex practices and technologies. We have to adopt this in our manufacturing sector. So the first one is energy efficiency improvement. Here, implement the energy efficiency machineries and equipment to minimize the energy consumption and utilize the renewable energy like solar, wind, and geothermal power to the manufacturing facilities. The next one is sustainable materials and resource management. Here,
Right of you have 1 minute to yeah.
Recommendations. Oh my, proceeding to further study.
Okay, fine, please.
next one is the waste reduction strategies. Here, use the waste to energy because it converts the industrial waste to energy. And here, and here develop sustainable sourcing strategies to collect the raw materials. And next one is water conservation practice. Here, install the water recycling and reuse system to minimize water wastages and conduct a regular audit to identify the leaks and inefficiencies in uh, water usage. The next one is eco-friendly product design. Here, the company has to utilize the design for environment. This mostly acts for the environment and this principle is creative, energy efficient and durable and very recyclable products and conduct life cycle assessment for to analyze the environmental impact of the product range.
Please conclude.
Go to next one.
Green manufacturing and sustainability offer significant benefits and although they have certain challenges. Adapting these best practices like energy efficient system and waste reduction methods and eco-friendly materials, manufacturers can achieve sustainable growth. And AI and Internet of Things plays a crucial role of green manufacturing by reducing waste and promoting the sustainability. And overcoming the challenges through innovations and strategic plan helps to successful implementation of sustainability in Indian manufacturing sector. Thank you.
So I call up the next one, Mr. Rahul Singh.
Good afternoon to the chair, faculty members, and all my dear friends. My topic is carbon neutral manufacturing in the automotive industry, strategies for 100% renewable energy utilization. The objectives of my research are the industrial shift towards sustainability, renewable energy, how it can play a crucial role in the automotive industry, and the competitive advantages and economic benefits that the manufacturing industry can get by applying by shifting towards the sustainability.
Please go to the next slide. Go to objectives of the study.
I will just give a fact so that we will understand why I have chosen this automotive industry. 25% of the global carbon emissions are emitted by the transportation sector, and a gasoline powered car emits around 4.6 metric tons of carbon per year. And before it comes onto the road, it emits 5 to 10 metric tons of carbon before coming onto the road. There are many challenges for the automotive industry to become carbon free. The first challenge is fossil fuels are the major component of automotive industry as it is power factories, machinery and supply chains leading to carbon emissions. They use steel and aluminium and plastic production which are very essential for the automotive industry, and we are having market fluctuations in the fossil fuels. Because of that, there will be disruption in supply chains, and we are having geopolitical issues like war, trade restrictions, which will disrupt the fossil fuel supply, affecting the production. We are having high capital investment requirement to set up solar farms, turbines, and hydrogen fuel systems. We are having another challenge, that is lack of standardized carbon accounting method. Different countries are having different methods to calculate the carbon emission. Some take direct emissions into consideration, whereas others will be taking the supply chain emission methods, and there are varying regulations. Some countries are very strict, whereas some countries are very lenient towards the carbon emission. The next challenge is supply chain emission. We majorly focus on the direct emission that is visible to us by the automotive vehicles. But whereas the supply chain and the process contributes more than 70 to 90% of the company's total carbon footprint. I have taken a case study of Tesla, which is located in Nevada, USA. It has proved that 100% carbon free is possible. 100% renewable energy powered factories run on solar, wind, and battery storage system. Gigafactory Nevada has one of the largest rooftop solar arrays. Tesla is using AI automation to optimize energy use and reduce waste. Tesla is shifting to low carbon aluminum and green steel for vehicle production. On the side battery, they have set up a storage stability like Megapack and PowerPack battery system, and they are also using water recycling and waste reduction. It can be a model for India to follow and change the automotive industry carbon free. There are some solutions and recommendations in my research. We can expand the financial incentives for renewable energy adoption, like the subsidies and the tax credits. This has been already done in US by US Inflation Reduction Act (IRA), which provides billions in clean energy subsidies for manufacturers. The second recommendation is strengthening carbon pricing and cap and trade program. The government can provide certification program for the small scale industries or the suppliers. Companies can track direct and indirect carbon emission from electricity and supply chain emission. The next solution is optimizing renewable energy utilization. Smart grids enable real-time energy management, ensuring factories use solar, wind, and other renewable resources efficiently. AI-driven load will balance the inefficiencies and optimize the production, reducing energy waste and improving efficiency with the help of automated demand response systems will adjust the energy consumption based on the real-time needs. It will cut up to 30% energy waste, lowering the carbon footprint. Up to 90% of the manufacturing emissions come from the supply chain activities. And a solution for that comes from Apple Supply's Clean Energy Program, which is helping the suppliers to get a transition of 100% renewable energy. In conclusion, transition to carbon neutral automotive manufacturing is a complex but necessary endeavor. Tesla's Gigafactory showcase how renewable energy can be successfully integrated into large-scale production, but industry-wide adoption will require stronger government policies, technological advancement, financial incentives. The study also emphasizes the importance of standardized carbon accounting in achieving transparency and accountability. Future research should explore the role of emerging technologies such as blockchain and AI-driven energy optimization in enhancing emission tracking and sustainability manufacturing. Thank you.
Mr. Sauri Baba from the next presenter, Mr. Sauri Babu. Please be focused on your point.
Objectives,
Okay, sir.
methodology, conclusion.
So once again, good afternoon to one and all. So myself, Sauri Babu, research scholar from Nagarjuna University, Bangalore. So here my topic is the role of corporate governance practices towards ESG compliance. Everybody already aware of ESG compliances because since morning we are discussing about ESG. ESG means already aware, environmental, social, governance. Environment concern is very important today's, and also social factors because of the labor intensive countries we are. So social factors we concern, environmental we concern. So that's why we bring ESG, environmental, social, governance. But it is ruled by the independent directors of the company. So the directors is play a crucial role in ESG. That's why I name a title, the corporate governance. So corporate governance rules are framed by the SEBI and MCA. These are very clearly says independent directors are very important. Without independent directors, the company cannot do all the actions. So that's why I choose this title. And I'll show my objectives. So these are simple objectives. I just want to know what is happening. Corporate governance influence and board diversity, how do activity. Actually, I strongly believe the independent directors are do perform well on ESG. So that's why I place that as my objective. So is it workable or not? For checking for this purpose, I take a sample of 6 companies. 2 are from large cap, 2 are from mid cap, 2 are from small cap. Why I am taking like this? Because large cap companies are doing well. There is no doubt at all because SEBI is particularly focusing these companies. PRSR report is mandatory. So that's why these companies are doing well. What about mid cap? And what about the small cap? Small cap companies are less focused as compared to large cap. That's why I particularly select these samples. So this sample surprisingly says all the companies are perfectly perform the ESG practices. This is the surprising report only. This is the surprise concluding formula. So this is the sample. This is the data I collected. But I noticed a few remarks because every company performing well, every company doing all the compliances, but they have some limitations because of the stability. If of course you want to maintain the ESG practices in your reality, it is not an easy task. They have much financial integrity. They need a lot of funds. The large cap can perform well, but the small cap is a big task. That's why they are performing not as compared to large cap. They are just performing on nominal basis. So that is I found out here. So this is all about the statistics. You can refer my journal. So already I said these challenges.
So these are my recommendations. What is the simplifying process? If you are simplifying the reporting process, the companies will perform well. Of course, it is irrespective of the large cap or mid cap or small cap. Every company can perform well if you are simplifying the process. Because if you are simplifying the process, the transaction cost will reduce, the maintenance cost will reduce. Then automatically every company can do perform well. And the second thing, the financial incentives, if you are encouraging by giving the financial support, then these companies also do well as compared to large cap. These are my recommendations. This is enough for my presentation. Thank you. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Now I call Miss Anushree.
My name is Indra Mishri. I am from Manipur district and now I am research scholar department active economics and my supervisor is Dr. Y. Keshav Reddy, head of the department. My topic is digital education platform in India, government initiatives. The education is the most important in everybody's life. Education is a, every day is a learning process. Every day is a learning process. Every day is a skill development. The relationship between teacher and student. Digital education is nowadays is most important part of everybody in education environment and education atmosphere. Education is the era of 21 countries after regarding the reactor technologically today play is very important. National Education Policy in 2020, the National Education Policy in 21 countries, in first National Education Policy in 1986. These are five key principles are there: accessibility and affordability, accountability, equity, and quality. These are 2020, 2030 United Nations Sustainable Development Agenda. National Education Policy in 2020. The National Education Policy new restructured into the new education policy 10 plus 2. The system will be 5 plus 3 plus 3 format. The structure from the new education policy in 3 years preschool learning. These are accessibility and accessibility for everyone. The rural area and the urban area, more network sources are available. The sources you can learn to the technologically education will be utilized the sources and opportunities in personal learning. Personal learning, the person should be in busy schedule. The person will be learning from any kind of sources are available in technologically. Government will be provided from the access to the education in government of India. In global network is worldwide. The sources also available from the online. Then interactive nowadays in 3D, in visual, in every classroom will be government initiatives and the government are provided from the digital education and every classroom will be provided from the internet sources available from the technological and literacy present trending area. Job is different, it is possible to job process also not available based on the technological literacy is present trending in AI tools and then is in software in the Python and R program and reviews. Then learning opportunities and flexibility. These are based on the paper. I can frame the objective to explore different types of the digital learning and initiative introduced by the government of India to examine the most recent trends in digital learning platform, to examine challenges and limitations and digital learning. National Mission Education in Information Communication Technology. These are from the government introduced by this platform. These are overall last 5 years will be significant in IT development in intervention to the in higher education present scenario. Now Swayam, everyone will be utilized this institution also utilized from the Swayam courses and move. These are everyone will be knows about the online government of initiatives. Present, these are main pillars of the achieving from the national education policy, accessibility, equity, and quality. These are partnership with the MOOC and National Education Government of Institutes and IICS, NPTEL and UGC, EC, NCRTs and IGNO, IMDA, NITDR. These are partnership with the government. These are high partnership with the enrollment and partnership in completed courses, student enrollment, completed registration successfully completed. These are high level will be courses from the MPTL.
These are based on the data based on the growth. The AI is to examine most recent trends in digital learning platform. The AI personal learning by own schedule, own time, own place. You can learning to the AI sources. Then multimedia. Now a generation will be connected to the text and video and audio will be interacted to the simultaneously learning style. These are AI and EA. Accessibility for all. These are for advantages. Self-learning, self-paced learning is lifelong learning opportunities. These are challenges from the limited internet sources from rural area and pure internet connectivity in make learning, education to high internet below poverty people. So there is no access to the device into the digital sources in multimedia and the lack of digital literacy. And these are limitations from the lack of new practical learning to the inner training programs and the scientific in field. These are very low in throughout the technological field, throughout in digital education. The child includes for the intervention. These are digital education students will be across the India. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
So may I call upon the next speaker, Mr. Sudhakar. Sudhakar Nayak. Please be proposed, no? We have shortage of time.
Good evening to the respected panel, fellow researchers, and esteemed participants. I am Sudhakar Naik, a research scholar in the Department of Political Science at the Central Institute of Andhra Pradesh. And now I am going to present my research paper on the PLI scheme and India's manufacturing future, a policy roadmap for Atmanirbhar Bharat 2047. India's production linked incentive scheme is a landmark industrial policy introduced in 2020 as part of Atmanirbhar Bharat mission. It aims to enhance the domestic manufacturing, reduce import dependency, and position India as a global manufacturing hub. The scheme provides financial incentives to companies based on their incremental production, encouraging investments in key sectors such as electronics, pharmaceuticals, and automobiles. However, while the scheme has successfully attracted investments and boosted production, challenges such as bureaucratic hurdles, regulatory inefficiencies, and global trade constraints persist. This brings us to the core of discussion today. This research is based on secondary sources using government reports, academic papers, and industry studies. This research is structured around three core objectives. The first objective is to evaluate the impact of PLI scheme on India's industrial growth, investment, and import reduction. And the second objective is to identify regulatory and institutional challenges affecting its implementation. The third objective is to compare India's PLI scheme with similar industrial policies in China, in the United States, and the European Union. While India's PLI scheme has made progress, it lacks strong emphasis on research and development and innovation, which is critical for sustained global competitiveness. With this context, let us now look at how this scheme has performed across various manufacturing sectors. The scheme has led to significant growth in electronics, pharmaceuticals, and automobiles. Mobile phone manufacturing has witnessed a surge in the foreign direct investments, with Apple and Samsung expanding their production in India. The pharmaceutical sector has also benefited from increased domestic production of active pharmaceutical ingredients. However, the benefits have been uneven across sectors. Industries like textiles and renewable energy have not experienced the same level of growth. Additionally, small and medium enterprises struggle to access incentives due to high compliance costs and eligibility criteria. This uneven growth signals underlying policy and implementation challenges, which we must address to ensure a more balanced and sustainable industrial expansion.
With these challenges in my mind, I'll now present some key policy recommendations to enhance the effectiveness of this PLI scheme. The first recommendation is integrating research and development incentives, like establishing a PLI plus RT scheme similar to China's innovation-driven subsidies and US R&D funding model. The second recommendation is streamlining regulatory frameworks, introducing a single window clearance system modeled on China's centralized industrial execution approach. The third policy recommendation is enhancing small and medium enterprises participation, lowering eligibility thresholds and providing dedicated SME incentives as done in the European Union's Green Deal for small manufacturers. The fourth policy recommendation is strengthening supply chains, investing in domestic component sourcing and logistical infrastructure, learning from the US CHIPS Act. It focuses on semiconductor supply resilience. Fifth recommendation is aligning the PLI scheme with global trade strategies, introducing export-linked incentive to enhance India's competitiveness in global trade like the European Union carbon adjusted industrial framework. The last policy recommendation is building a skilled workforce, establishing a manufacturing excellence centers to train workers in emerging technologies similar to China's AI and robotics focused skill development programs. To conclude, PLI scheme has played a transformative role in boosting domestic manufacturing and attracting investments. However, its long-term success depends on policy refinements, stronger regulatory mechanisms, and focus on innovation and global trade integration. By addressing these challenges and adopting a holistic industrial policy approach, India can position itself as a global manufacturing powerhouse by 2047, realizing the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. And finally, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now I call upon Miss Parika. Parika, please. Please start with the objectives. Okay. You have PPT?
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Harika, and today I'm going to present about the policy reforms in manufacturing industry. And I'm going to start with my objectives. There are three main objectives of this study. The first one is to examine the impact of policy reforms on the scalability of manufacturing startups. And the second objective is the access or the role of government support in innovation, sustainability and technological advancements. The third one is the key challenges faced by manufacturing industries in the present generation. And then I'm going to talk about the sampling data that I've collected. So mainly my sampling data is secondary data, which is mainly from a book by Rosbach and Donald Maro, and others are from the research papers and articles related to the comparative taxes and the policy reforms. And then there are some scope and limitations related to my study. The study focuses on manufacturing industries and startups and how the policies affect their investments and growth. And there are some limitations related to my study. The limitations are that it is only limited to the tax policies and reforms restricted to only the US studies but not completely towards the Indian study. And then some of my findings are that the impact of tax policies on startups of growth, the role of government supports in the innovation and sustainability, challenges faced by sustainable industry, comparison with global best practices, tax policy reforms from startups, enhancing government support from firms, innovations and sustainability, addressing work skill gaps. And I would like to conclude by saying that policy reforms play an important role in supporting manufacturing startups by tax incentives and government grant promote prevailing complexity and finding limitations. Properly formed policies and structured policies can help a manufacturing industry, basically the startups, to grow in a well-formed manner.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Very brief and concise. So may I call upon the next speaker of the stage, Sandeep from Microsoft.
Good afternoon, Chair and faculty members and my dear friends. I would like to start my article from introduction. My title is Incentivizing Sustainability Through Policy Initiatives in the Manufacturing Sector. There are two prominent elements, regulatory and policy influence, and economic and competitive advantage. The government play a crucial role in pushing industries towards the regenerative and practices through incentives, subsidies, and regulations. And second prominent core element is economic and competitive advantage. Sustainable practices can reduce the long-term tasks and improve efficiency and make. Please go to your objective. Yes, yes, okay. The main the main objective this policy institutes identifying challenges, recommend the improvement and promote the sustainable manufacturing. The financial incentives like tax reduction and subsidies and sustainable incentives lead to long-term profitable and technological innovations in manufacturing. And the challenges the small medium enterprises here face initial costs and inconsistent policies and lack of awareness and make market competition discouraging long-term sustainability investments. The potential solutions for these obstacles, increasing the tax credits and financial support can motivate the investment in sustainability and establish a stable and clear policies. Establishing the consistent and regulations over the long term will be boost industry's confidence in the sustainability efforts. Improving access to green financing. The green financing is collaboration between government and financial institutions can offer better funding and sustainable projects. The conduct the industry's education programs, hosting workshops and awareness campaigns can help the business understanding and make us policy incentive more effectively and encourage industry collaboration. Public-private partnership and government business research institutions can collaborate development, sustainable teaching and policies. And discussion, the sustainability is a top prominent in the manufacturing for business and government policy initiatives can encourage an adaptation of eco-friendly practices that their success depends on how they are implemented. The India can make good progress in initiatives like FAME and PAC. The FAME it stands for the Foster Adoption and Manufacture Electric Vehicles. Policy initiated taken by the government 2015 to 2019. It is a core policy initiative taken by the government of India. And another is that the performance trade. The foster option of manufacturing electric vehicles as implemented by the government to vehicles, electric vehicles and a vehicle versus two-wheelers and three-wheelers and four-wheelers implemented by the government of India. And but more work is needed to ensure that understanding the specific needs of different industries, the long-term economic efforts, sustainability initiatives, and exploring new technologies to support the policy. Conclusion. The collaboration in conclusion how to discuss about the policymakers and business financial institutions. A key sustainable manufacturing. The collaboration between the policymakers and business is a helpful for the sustainability in manufacturing sector. Thank you.
Thank you. So may I call upon the next speaker, Gedwani? Please come. Do your PPT. Please propose your objectives and discussions.
A very good afternoon to respected faculty and my dear friends. And my topic is eco design and sustainable product life cycle management. And I am focusing mainly on introduction, methodology, and resultant suggestions. Like my objectives mainly focuses on examine how eco-friendly design choices can lower carbon footprint and waste generation and resource depletion. And also next, assessing how industries integrate product lifecycle management to achieve sustainability goals, including automation and green manufacturing. And then identify obstacles, high cost, regulatory barriers, technological gaps, and possible solutions like AI integrations, policy incentives, and collaborations. My sampling mainly focuses on studying businesses that implement sustainable practices in their production process, gathering insights from professionals with experience in green technologies and sustainability. Examine rules and policies that guide eco-friendly industrial operations, and then using scholarly articles to validate research and methodologies. And then my data collection mainly focuses on establishing guidelines and standards for sustainability across product life cycle, and then encouraging partnerships between manufacturers, suppliers, and policymakers for sustainable practices, and then promoting innovations like energy efficient machinery, biodegradable materials, and low emission processes, and then designing production facilities that optimize renewable energy, waste management, eco-friendly processes. And my scope mainly focuses on sustainable materials, energy efficient design, and recyclability considerations in new products. And then adoption of cleaner production methods, waste minimization, and renewable energy sources. And then reducing carbon footprint through optimized transport, eco-friendly packaging, and responsible sourcing, and then recycling, remanufacturing, and responsible disposal strategies to close the sustainability loop. And then my limitations is limited access to real world implementations data from industries, and then differences in adoption rates and efficiency of green technology across the sectors, and inconsistent environment policies across regions affecting standardization, high initial cost resistant to change, and lack of expertise in sustainable product lifecycle management adoption. Here I can give one example that the company which is using the eco-friendly, that is Potaganyu does it like eco-friendly materials, that is a manufacturing clothing industry which they can recycle the plastic bottles into a jackets. So that is the one example I can give. And so the findings is a significant reduction in waste, energy consumption, and emissions through sustainable product development. And adoption of circular economy principle enhances long-term sustainability and resource efficiency. Like high investment costs, evolving regulations, and limited technological readiness hinder large-scale implementations. And I can conclude my paper combining these strategies leads to sustainable industrial growth with lower environmental consequences. And then financial constraints, varying regulatory frameworks, and slow technological advancements pose barriers. And then emerging technologies can streamline sustainability efforts, and financial incentives like carbon credits encourage companies to adapt green practices. Thank you.
Thank you. So the last presentation of this day, Bajram, please come.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vajra from Department of Economics. Coming to my topic is global manufacturing practices and the relevance to India's sustainable development goals. So my main objective of this paper is to explore the best available practices in the manufacturing sector which are sustainable, which can be implemented in our country, so that we will be attaining our goal of developing nation by 2047. So the methodology we adopted is systematic literature review of around 9 papers. They are from some of the top journals. And what is sustainable manufacturing? Sustainable manufacturing means nothing but keeping in mind keeping in mind the conservation efforts and conservation efforts of our environment and the cost. We have to do the manufacturing in a way that our future generations would be reaping the benefits of the manufacturing of this sector. Okay. Some of the best practices which we have observed from the papers are uh, the lean manufacturing practices in Japan, because of which 30% there is a 30% increase in productivity, and from 15 to 20% there is a cost reduction in the manufacturing sector. And coming to China, they have integrated Internet of Things in the monitoring systems, because of which operational cost has been reduced, and they have been monitoring how much they are consuming because of the adoption of Internet of Things. Then some of the nations like Southeast Asian nations and European Union nations have adopted circular economic initiatives based on the some of the waste, recycling the waste and reusing the waste. They are adopted in their manufacturing practice. And in China, Japan, and Germany, solar power is widely used in manufacturing sector instead of fossil fuels, uh, because of which their carbon footprint has been reduced drastically. And a company named Siemens has adopted a blockchain technology to ensure transparency in the manufacturing supply chain management. And digitalization of energy supply chain in Spain had led to reduction in the power consumption and conservation of the energy. And in a nation like Singapore, it has given fiscal incentives to the companies who have adopted for sustainable manufacturing practices, because of which 25% of the industries present in Singapore are now doing sustainable manufacturing, because of which their manufacturing is one of the top in the world. And coming to United States of America, they have adopted the monitoring of the carbon footprint, because of which their footprint is being controlled. And mainly Amazon company is playing a big role because they have adopted first in the United States of America. And in China and South Korea, there is a method named 6R technology, 6R recycling thing. In our country, there is a 3R, means reuse, reduce, and recycle. But the 6R method is reuse, reduce, recycle, recover, redesign, and remanufacture. And we can, if we adopt this, it will be better. And in coming to aerospace technology and automobile technology, the near dry machining and cryogenic machining is very useful to reduce its dependence on fossil fuels, and to prevent wear and tear of the hardware used in the space technology. And in South Korea, 92% of the manufacturing sector has adopted Internet of Things, because of which they are seeing sustainable outcomes in their companies. And what are the strategic advantages to our country if, to adopt the best practices? One is the demographic dividend, and coming to that renewable energy, solar energy is accessible in some of the states for longer time, which we can reap the benefit of it, and availability of highly educated individuals. We can use them to train in AI and IoT, with which we can use with which our manufacturing sector can adopt AI and IoT. And as we have seen, one of our presenter mentioned about production linked incentive scheme. Instead of that, we have to add, something like sustainable production linked incentives, so that the companies who are adopting for sustainable manufacturing practices, they'd be uh, they'll be provided incentives based on the sustainable manufacturing practices and sustainable. We can give a name like sustainable production linked incentives or something like that. So coming to the conclusion, these were some of the major manufacturing practices which we can adopt. Thank you.
Quickly, can we wrap up the program? All the presenters goes to be presented over here, 12 members. Can you come here so that the audience will have a questions? Once just come here. 12 members. All 12 presenters. Quickly. Audience, now time for yours. Anyone? Please raise your hands. Mic will come to you. If anyone want to ask any questions, just tell the person name to whom you are asking, then type your question. Give the answer. So it's time for tea. Anything? Yeah. No questions? Yeah. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Dr. S.N. Arjun Kumar. The question is regarding this Ramakan, talking about AI. So, in supply chain emissions, someone was saying.
Mine is about AI payments and processing, like
Yes,
identity of
in
payments and fraud detection.
fraud detection, you were saying. So many 95% that something you have said, but nowadays fraud detection is not happening. Frauds have been increased.
Yes, sir. Please complete your question.
Yes, and coming back to these apps, so many people are using apps, so it has become hackers free apps. Hackers are entering into the Yono app also, and they are taking away the amount also. So there is a intervention needed of AI to detect double authentication should be there. So that is not happening. And there you have said in 2023, 95% is fraud detection is happening. So is it right that 95%, because so many things are happening? I want to.
So it is about that particular research result which has been interpreted by the article which I study. So as you mentioned, and here my topic is regarding these digital payments and these invoices, what are the called like e-invoicing system and the e-transport, e mechanism of the e-documentation and the e-payments like that. Of course, I do agree there have been every day there have been new forms of frauds have been arising, and
as my studies mainly focus on these digital payments, I can agree with that because as you said about YONO, the thing is called cloning. They are cloning the app cloning, they are cloning the identity, they are cloning the mobile numbers, and they are cloning the devices. These are been happening. I'm not agree with it.
Directly they are hacking into your mobile and they are entering into your app and taken away 8 lakhs.
So that is why because all this can be happen through a simple click. Whenever we click on a fraudulent link or some link which we want know which was not an authorized link, we, it might be an false positive I mentioned it. So they might send you a link like please verify your like Facebook account or please verify your bank account so can you can't block like that. And of course there is another thing like this digital arrest. There have been large amount of awareness have been going on there because they said something like please verify your identity or else you will get into digital arrest like that. So here our actions, we ourselves have been giving them the way to enter into our mobile phone to interact our bank accounts. That's why, as you said, the fraud can be identified, but the fraudulent person can't be identified. Here, the frauds can be identified. How much amounts have been fraudulently taking, how much persons have been affecting like these frauds, we are able to track them. But the problem is we can't identify the person who is doing this, like the hacker or the one who is the behind the one, because we are giving them like by clicking those links or giving we ourselves have been giving the access to them. Of course, they can send out like APK files. There is a particular called VYOM, VYOM. It is an Union Bank app, and the same APK file has been sent to all over the country, and nearly 32 crores are being like 2 lakhs from person, 2 lakhs from person having happened on a single day through this particular APK file. So that's why whoever using other than these like Beam UPI or regular or authorized fintechs, when you are using new app or new third-party applications or you are using any other link, everyone must be careful and we ourselves have to recheck twice because as per the bank records, as per the app or the facilitators for them, the record shows like that we ourselves have been authorized it. But in real, it isn't we. It has been done by third person through access given by us. So like that. So through this AI, we can detect how many are been happening. Like the new when you apply with the neural networks, we can identify the sequence on the repetitions, and then we can plan about the awareness or rectification. All this can be the second part. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Please stick to question and answer also.
Myself is Ubaidashram, Department of CS and AI. My question is that which type of learning or which type of basically algorithm are used to shorting that it is a fraud detection or not a fraud detection? Which type of learning?
Which type of
algorithm or a learning are used to shorten it is a fraud detection or not a fraud detection?
Of course, but I didn't much technically into the algorithms or types. For me, these technologies who have been implementing like the where the machine learning or the blockchain technology.
The question is correct, but the question is not relevant to
particular study.
It is a valid correct. What you asked is a very good question, but his study is not into that algorithm.
Thank you.
This is not technical. That is not. Next, anyone? Anyone? Yeah. Thank you, all the paper presenters. You have done it. Yeah. Thank you. You have given a nice presentation. The whole chair of this session will give you some inputs to you. Please take care of these inputs and improve. There is always scope for further improvement. You have done it nicely, but there is a scope for further improvement. Follow the instructions. Prepare, do research well in the coming activities or events. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So all are here. So my hearty congratulations to all of you that you have attempted a good presentation. At least I can congratulate you for your nice presentations here. All are students, so I can expect something better. I expected something better from your side, and you make nice presentations on that. So
So coming to the topics, particularly the management students, when you are presenting the case studies, so you have to be careful about when you are presenting the case studies, right? The way of presenting the case study by a management student is totally different from the case studies which is discussed in economics, sociology, anthropology, and other things. Okay, you can see that when you see about case study, you're thinking something in depth of a particular case, linking with what you are talking about your presentation. Means you are linking the case to your topic, or the title, main title of the place. But when you're making a presentation of it, you're diverting from that. Your case study is going some different ways, and your discussion comes from a different way. So that point you have to keep in mind always when you're talking about a case. Okay? And as a management student, you have to think of more on the process, how the process is happening during the case when you're talking of any case study. Okay? That you have to keep in mind always. So reality scholars are not here.
Yeah.
No, no, our university is
There is one line.
no, no, fiscal federalism.
Fiscal federalism. That's political science.
Political science.
Okay. So coming to the others, I was making some change. Okay. And again, for you particularly, my suggestion is for you that be focused on your study because you are well when you're presenting everything, you are talking the nice things, but whether the whatever you speak, you are as a presenter here and you are giving your views or your understanding or your experience of certain things. As a keynote speaker, each way of understanding things is different. Okay. What a keynote speaker can speak, I can't speak on that same way. Okay, they start explain you everything in a nice manner. The same thing you can speak that because you don't have experience on that areas of concept. So you have to keep in that mind when you are reviewing any article, when you are going through any data sets, you have to think on that side. It's not just like copying from someone where just telling that this is going on. Okay, you have to think the data in your own way, in your own eyes. Then only you can give some suggestions or recommendations. Like some very big recommendations are coming from the end of the slide. Okay, so such big recommendations given by Elson, who understand properly about the problems, who did a very analytical research on that area, then he came out with recommendations. Okay, but for you, as a understanding the situation only, the short-term time period is not sufficient enough to give such type of recommendations. So all my suggestion to all of you is please keep on that while you're thinking about the recommendations delivery, high top policy level discussions. It is not a platform to focus more on policy. You have a lot of things to spoke about the policy. This is happening, that is happening, this is going on. So unless you understand the app behind it, you cannot go more on that side of the story. Okay? That please keep in mind on this. Thank you for this opportunity. So I thank you both convener and co-convener for giving me this nice opportunity. And congratulate both of you for this seminar a grand success.
Thank you. We can leave now. Now I call upon Dr. Nagarjuna to present a rapporteur report on this technical session.
Respected faculty members, experts from outside, and the presenters, participants, and dear faculty members and student friends. I'm indeed blessed to be a part of this session, especially the technical session too. It all started with Professor Ranganath said with linking this session with the Viksit Bharat theme at 2047. And sir was talking about responsible production, sustainability, and policy reforms. And sir was also mentioning the four pillars of this Viksit Bharat. And starting from there, sir has touched various perspectives of it, where uh, quoting different experts like Albert Einstein, or APJ Abdul Kalam, Gandhiji, Dalai Lama, B.R. Ambedkar. So many people, so many great minds and thoughts are being shared, and sir was also linking the past to the future, and sir was also talking about some needle economics kind of new perspectives of studies coming up. Such a blessing to listen to Professor Ranganathan sir as a child, and we are also blessed to very much happy to have President Mr. Sir being a co-chair. And future looks very hopeful for me. Looking at the titles that presenters have taken, ESG, Environmental, Social, and Governance Metrics, and talking about the federalism and political economy and manufacturing. This is interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary studies. And some people also have taken AI, artificial intelligence, and new technologies that have been popping up every now and then to integrate with the manufacturing sector, and to have the to reach the target of Fixed Bharat 2047. And sustainable transformation is a term that has caught my attention. And carbon neutral manufacturing is another term that every one of us have looked into, because all these are new terms. Whether all these terminology are all these topics come into the action in policy or not. But no, the future looks very much hopeful for me. That no, all of us, the young minds, when we take our careers forward, the same topics that we have been thinking about: carbon neutral manufacturing, corporate governance and ESG, and digital education platforms, PRI scheme, and India's manufacturing future. All these things, incentivizing sustainability, eco-design, and sustainable product life cycle manufacturing, life cycle management, and global manufacturing practices and their relevance to India's sustainable development goals. All these topics look very hopeful for the future. And I really believe Vision 2047 can come true when all these topics can be implemented. And I really thank the convener, thank and the congratulate the convener and the co-convener for making it a fruitful and wonderful chair and closing. Thank you, Mr. Krishna.
Before proceeding to vote of thanks, uh, formally from the technical session to chair and co-chair on behalf of Rapporteur, I am sincerely thanking to the organizers and authorities of the Central University of Andhra Pradesh, as well as the students of CUAP of Department of Management as well as Economics. Because you are the people who made this program more successful and more brilliant.
As we conclude this section, it is my privilege to propose a heartfelt word of thanks. First and foremost, I extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed chairpersons, Lieutenant Dr. Ranganathan Vinini and Dr. Vijraj Mishra, for their invaluable time and insights. Thank you for your leadership and guidance. To our paper presenters, thank you for your well-researched and thought-provoking presentations. Your contributions truly enriched our understanding of the subject. A special thanks to our faculty in charge, Dr. B.R. Manasa, and our rapporteur, Dr. K. Nagarjuna, for their meticulous planning. And last but not least, I extend my gratitude to the organizing team and all the participants for their enthusiastic engagement. Thank you once again. Please join us for the next session that is held tomorrow. Thank you. Everybody please, there is a cheap snack being served outside the hall. Please, you can go and have it.
Tomorrow morning we will assemble at 10 o'clock. Sharp 10 o'clock. Okay.
నా లైవ్ అయిపోయింది అంతేనా ఎనికి వల్ల నా ఫ్యూజ్ లో పెట్టి ఎనికి వల్ల నా
टेक्नोलॉजी में बदल दिया बस the same thing अच्छा ठीक है क्या बोलते हैं कनेक्शन देखो बोलते हैं ना इंडिया बोलते हैं इंडिया इज वेरी प्रेजेंट इंक्रेडिबल है सब जगह वो बायोमेट्रिक फाइल इज पूरा जमाना में लेकर इवन जेल even Aadhaar card all
नहीं सेव कर ले बना अट्ला ఏం లేదనా
इतना है लोग क्या बोलते हैं वो
అది చూసరా నా ఇట్లే పెట్టినాను ఉన్నాడా కిందనా మా